A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. And Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, the majority of our public schools start their fall semesters tomorrow. But our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, decided to go back last Friday. At breakfast, her landlady asked the reason.
Why are you going down to school this morning, Connie?
Oh, I don't know, Mrs. Davis. There are several reasons, I guess. I like to get my desk in order, see that the blackboards are all clean and ready. Besides, I won't be the only teacher at school this morning. A certain biology laboratory has to be put in shape for the coming term, too.
I see. And there's a certain biology teacher who's going to do the putting in shape.
That's right.
A certain male biology teacher.
Mm-hmm.
A certain male biology teacher named Philip Boynton.
Whee!
I might have known. You get a different look when you just start thinking of him. A sort of golden light floods your eyes at the mention of his name. It's like somebody stuck a fork into 2 poached eggs.
Well, that's a pretty thought. But I am fond of the bashful brute. However, there's something else that's been on my mind lately. I ran into some teachers the other day, and there's a rumor that some changes are going to be made in our faculty.
Nonsense, Connie. These silly rumors start flying around before every new term. Why, down at the Ladies' League luncheon the other day, I even heard that Mr. Conklin might be leaving Madison.
What? But without Mr. Conklin as our principal, Madison wouldn't be... Well, it just wouldn't be a high school anymore.
What would it be?
A paradise. I mean, who told you about his leaving?
Oh, nobody told me. It's just some Ladies' League scuttlebutt.
Well, I guess I'll find out more about the situation at school today. Walter Denton's driving me down this morning.
Oh, what's wrong with your car?
Oh, I had a little trouble with the drive shaft yesterday.
What happened to it?
It fell down an open manhole. It was nice of you to pick me up this morning, Walter.
It's a labor of love, oh, fair one. I promised to help Harriet Conklin get things straightened out at school.
Oh, is Harriet coming in today, too?
Yes, ma'am. I'm picking her up on our way down. She always likes to help old Marblehead, her dad, get things ready before school officially opens.
Yes, I know, but how come she isn't driving down with him?
Oh, their car's in the repair shop. The bottom of the motor's all ripped up. It seems some idiot left a drive shaft sticking out of an open manhole.
Well, it takes all kinds of drivers to make a world, don't I? How has Mr. Conklin been acting lately, Walter?
Awful. Even for him. Harriet told me yesterday he's been tense and irritable all week long.
That's par for the course, isn't it? What do you suppose he's worried about, though?
Oh, you got me. Well, here's the house, Miss Brooks. I'll go up on the porch and get Harriet. You wait right here.
All right, Walter. Tell Harriet to hurry. It's almost 10:15 Boynton. 10.
Hi, Walter. You timed it just right. Hi, Harriet. Hello, Mrs. Conklin. Is old Marble... is Mr. Conklin going along with us?
I don't know if he's quite ready yet, Walter. Just a moment, I'll call him. Oh, all good. Want to ride down to school?
Who's driving?
I am, Mr. Conklin. Me, sir. Me, Walter Denton.
Me walk.
It's just as well. Daddy's been in a pretty bad mood lately. The walk will do him good.
Okay, let's get started, Harriet. See you later, Mrs. Conklin.
Bye, Mother. I'll be back as soon as I help Daddy get Madison organized. All right, dear.
Have they gone?
Yes, Osgood.
Good. There's something I'd like to tell you about, my dear. Something I wouldn't want blabbed all over town.
Now, Osgood, that's no way to talk about your own daughter. Harriet never gossips.
I was not referring to Harriet. I'm talking about her idiot consort. If there ever was a marblehead, it's that boy. However, what I wanted you to know is that your husband, Osgood Conklin, principal, may soon be Osgood Conklin, assistant supervisor of schools in this area.
No.
Well, it's not definite, of course. As a matter of fact, I just read of my predecessor's transfer. But it shouldn't take the board long to pick out his successor.
Do you really think you've got a chance, Osgood?
Chance? What other principal has a better chance? The job requires tact, charm, diplomacy, and intelligence.
Do you really think you've got a chance, Osgood? If you are selected, when will you find out about it?
Probably within the next few days. That's why I'm going into school today and clean up my office from top to bottom. Never know when the head of the board might drop in.
But that suit you've got on it's practically in tatters.
Well, what do you expect me to wear around dirty desks and dusty files? My frock coat? Now, if you'll excuse me, my dear, I'll trot along to school.
Well, don't walk too fast, dear. Remember what Dr. Frank said. While you're on your diet, you mustn't exercise too strenuously.
Dr. Frank. Dr. Frank's fault that I've got to take off all this weight.
What do you mean?
If he hadn't cleared up my ulcer 3 years ago, I'd never have gotten so stout. Oh, well, food isn't everything.
Before you go, dear, I'd like to ask a favor.
Yes?
Lucy Snodgrass phoned a little while ago and told me her washing machine is broken. Naturally, I offered to put her laundry in with ours this afternoon.
Well, that should make our laundry very happy. What do you want me to do about it?
Stretch Snodgrass, Lucy's boy, is coming down to school today to clean up the gym. He'll put the bundle in your office, and I'd like you to bring it home for me.
A charming assignment. Well, I'm leaving, Martha. You may kiss me now.
Thank you, dear.
At ease.
At school. Dear old Madison. Oh, it's just heavenly to see your ivy-covered walls once again.
Steady, girl, steady.
Well, school isn't so bad when you just volunteer to come. I'd better get right into Daddy's office and start cleaning up.
Oh, what's your hurry, kids? It's a beautiful day. Why don't we sit out here in the sun together and chat for a while,
If you say so, Miss Brooks.
Well, good morning, folks.
Mr. Boynton.
So long, kids.
I get you. Two's company, huh? That goes for us, too, Walter. Come on. You can give me a hand with the closet. Okay, my sweets. Adios, dear teachers.
Bye, Walter. Well, Miss Brooks, are you all ready to plunge into another school semester?
All I've got to do is hold my nose and jump in. How about you, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I have heard some rather disturbing rumors lately.
Rumors?
Well, yes, I heard there's going to be some kind of a shake-up in the faculty this term. Hope it doesn't affect any of the teachers I know.
Like whom, Mr. Boynton?
Well, like Mr. DeWitt or Mr. Norman or Miss Enright.
Oh.
Of course, I didn't mention the one person whose dismissal would affect me the most.
And whose is that?
Mine. I couldn't afford to stay out of work for any length of time. It'd work a considerable hardship on my family.
You mean your mother and father?
Well, yes. They'd have to send me even more money than they do now.
But, Mr. Boynton, what makes you so sure you're the one who's going to be fired?
Oh, I'm not really sure. It's just that, well, if it were me, I wouldn't know quite what to do about it.
My goodness, to hear you talk, anyone would think you were some kind of helpless moron instead of a brilliant, handsome, personable, capable scientist.
Oh, me?
Yes, you. That's the way you should consider yourself always. What do you suppose would happen if you lost your job here at Madison? Do you think you'd have to pack your clothes in a bindle and become a hobo? Do you think you'd have to shuffle through life like this poor tramp coming towards us?
Well, no, but
I should say you wouldn't. Why, you'd... Oh, excuse me, Mr. Boynton. I've just got to give this poor old bum a few cents. Here you are, my good man. Get yourself a bowl of hot soup.
No, thanks. I just had breakfast.
Oh, Mr. Conklin. forgive me, sir. I didn't recognize you in that old suit.
I'm wearing it because I have a lot of cleaning up to do today.
Oh, of course, sir. Miss Brooks didn't mean to be...
He never does. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, here you are, Daddy. I found this bundle of laundry in your office. Know anything about it?
Yes, Harriet. It belongs to Mrs. Snodgrass. I'm taking it home to your mother this afternoon. Now, for heaven's sake, let's get into school and clean out my desk.
Yes, Daddy. See you later, folks.
All right, Harriet.
Did you hear that, Mr. Boynton? He's going in to clean out his desk.
And those old clothes he was wearing. Taking laundry home to his wife.
You know, he must be the one who's been canned. Dismissed.
It seems to add up all right. Oh, poor Mr. Conklin. How could the board do such a thing?
All these years as a principal, and suddenly... You know, Mr. Conklin has irritated me on occasion, but if he's actually out of a job, well, it's hard to hate a man when he's down. Now, this may not sound like me, Mr. Boynton, but I'm going to do everything in my power to show Mr. Conklin I'm behind him.
What are you going to do, Miss Brooks?
I'm going right in and help him clean out that office.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Reader's Digest reports the results of one of the most extensive experiments in dentifrice history. Yes, Reader's Digest reports the very same research which proves brushing teeth right after eating with Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best. And here are additional important facts. Over a 2-year period, the Colgate way stops more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. Yes, the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating stops tooth decay best. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene. Even more important, there were no new cavities whatever for more than 1 out of 3 who used Colgates as directed. No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. The best results ever reported for a dentifrice of any type. And you should know that Colgate Dental Cream, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research reported in July Reader's Digest. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream, and only Colgate Dental Cream, was used in this research. So always use Colgates to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And when you follow the Colgate way, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best. Well, Miss Brooks was practically convinced last Friday that Mr. Conklin had lost his job as principal of Madison High. But knowing what a proud man he is, she refrained from mentioning it and spent the morning getting her classroom in order for the fall semester. About noon, she and Mr. Boynton headed for Marty's malt shop across the street.
Tell me, Mr. Boynton, have you confirmed our suspicions about Mr. Conklin's dismissal?
Well, no, I haven't. I've been pretty busy getting the lab in shape. We could be wrong, you know.
Uh-huh.
Well, here's Marty's.
Say, isn't that Stretch Snodgrass behind the soda fountain?
Yes, it is. Since when has Madison star athlete become a soda jerk?
Why not? He's a natural for the job. Let's go in, huh?
Hello, Stretch. What's the good word?
All right.
That's a pretty good word. How come you're working here, Stretch? I thought you came down to school to straighten out the gym.
Oh, I've done that already.
Stretch, I did that.
No wonder it looked so neat when I got there. Oh, I'm just minding this place till Marty gets back.
Well, where's Marty?
He's out to lunch, but I'll take your order, folks.
He's out to lunch? What's wrong with the food he serves here?
Please, not while I'm ordering.
Oh, the food here's all right, but Marty likes a change once in a while. He's over at Cesanini's. It's an Italian restaurant. You know, a pizzeria?
A pizzeria?
Yes, ma'am. They fix veal a certain way he likes it.
Scallopini?
No, they only charge 40 cents a plate. We got a veal cutlet blue plate here today that looks good. It comes with mashed potatoes and lima beans and includes dessert and coffee.
Well, how much does that cost, Stretch?
6 bits. Think you'd like that, Miss Brooks?
Sounds fine, Stretch.
Okay. Well, how about you, Mr. Boynton? Want some?
How much is 6 bits?
75 cents.
I see. How much is the pork chop blue plate?
Well, that's 65.
He'll take that.
Offering them both 2 kegs of a lamb.
Good, Stretch. Now, about Mr. Conklin, Mr. Boynton, if he hadn't lost his job here, I'd feel awfully foolish if we
Quiet,
offered...
Miss Brooks, quiet here. He just came in.
Oh, hello there. Getting a bite of lunch?
Oh, yes, sir. Why don't you join us, Mr. Conklin, and sit right down here? Oh, Stretch.
Coming up. Right up, folks. Here's your lunch. Oh, hi, Mr. Conklin. I'm pinch hitting for Marty today. What can I get you? I'll have some cottage cheese. Just a small portion, please. About 15 cents worth. A glass of buttermilk. The 5-cent glass. God. Is that all you're going to eat? In my present condition, that's all I can afford to eat. Yes, sir. I'll get it for you right away, Mr. Conklin.
Hi, everybody. Feeding your assorted faces? Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin.
Walter Denton.
There's room at this table, Walter.
Okay, I'll just help myself to some chow off this steam table. I'll be right over. Hey, Stretch, what's underneath this gooey-looking black barbecue sauce?
Oh, I don't know, Walter.
I'll take it.
If Denton is coming to this table, I'll sit at the farthest possible end of it.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin,
Please, I've little enough to eat. I might as well try to enjoy it.
Well, here we are. Guess what's under this sauce?
a bowl of noodle soup.
No, ribs. Spare ribs. Boy, what a dish.
Well, mind if I join you folks? I'm going to eat my lunch now, too.
Well, not at all, Stretch. Sit right down here.
Well, thanks. First, I'll bring Mr. Conklin his cheese and buttermilk. There. Thank you. Now I'll park me and my hot dogs and sauerkraut and baked beans right over here.
Mr. Boynton, we've got to do something about Mr. Conklin. He sounds like he's famished.
Maybe we could share some of our lunch with him.
Oh, of course. Mr. Conklin, I've got a tremendous veal cutlet here. Wouldn't you like to taste a piece of it?
No, thank you.
Well, how about a nice pork chop, Mr. Conklin?
I can't touch them.
Walter, ask Mr. Conklin to have some of your spare ribs. I'm sure he likes those.
So do I.
Walter, I can't explain now, but your girlfriend's father's in a very bad way. He can't even afford a square meal.
What? Oh, gosh, I didn't know it was that bad. Well, I couldn't stand by and let a dog starve. How about a nice spare rib, Prince? Mr. Conklin, want some of my spare ribs, sir?
What am I, a disposal?
Oh, no, sir. We just believe in share and share alike, especially with our principal. You are our principal, aren't you?
Well, as to that...
Oh, Daddy, can you come over to your office right away? Mr. Stone is on the phone.
I'll be right there, Harriet. Tell him to hold on one moment.
Right, Daddy.
This is the call I've been expecting. Au revoir, my friend.
You mean you're leaving, Mr. Conklin?
I'll see you all before I go, I'm sure. Remember, everything happens for the best.
Well, then it's true. He's being fired.
Even Harriet didn't know about this. Oh, we gotta do something. If he's so broke he can't even order a decent lunch, how's he gonna feed his family?
I got an idea. Why don't we do what my mother's done? Send laundry over to Mrs. Conklin. She's got a washing machine, and she could charge so much a bundle.
And we'll call on all our neighbors. I'm sure they'll be glad to help.
And all of us will help Mrs. Conklin and Harriet do the laundry.
Ah, that's us. All for one and one for all.
In union, there is strength.
Old friends are the best friends.
Six Semper Super Suds.
It's awfully nice of you all to help out like this, but I can't help wondering what Mother will think when she gets back from her shopping trip.
It'll be a nice surprise for her, Harriet. But we got enough business here to tide Mr. Conklin over for 2 weeks.
Did you rig up the clothesline in the yard, Mr. Boynton?
I did. I also put some up in the living room. We'll need every inch of space we can get. Stretch is still out getting more bundles.
I had no idea Daddy was in such dire straits. But with friends like you, nobody could ever consider themselves poor.
A friend in need is a friend indeed.
Your problem is our problem.
If I've said it once, I've said it twice. Six Semper Super Suds.
So you see, Mr. Conklin, the social duties that go with the position of assistant supervisor are most important. Well, that's why I brought you to my home, Mr. Stone. I want you to see for yourself what a charming background for entertaining Mrs. Conklin has furnished. Under my supervision, of course. Right up these steps, if you please. Let's see now. Where's the key? You realize that you'll be called upon to receive city officials, as well as many of our most influential PTA members from time to time?
Oh, of course.
Yes. Ah, here we are. After you. Thank you. Now, what in the world is this? Sheets and towels hanging everywhere. Is this a laundry room?
Laundry room? Where did you... How could you... Say, it does look like somebody's laundry.
It looks like everybody's laundry.
I can't understand this. Let's go into my den, and then I'll... Mr. Stone? Where are you, Mr. Stone?
I'm over here in the underwear department. Just what is the meaning of this?
I don't know anything about it, Mr. Stone, but I assure you, sir, that I...
Hi, Mr. Conklin. Business is great. Here's 4 more bundles.
Snodgrass.
But no time to kibitz with you now. I got to get some more stuff down the block. Oh, before I go, I'd like to remind you about that bundle my mom sent over. Whatever you do, don't put no starch in my running pants. I got to bend my legs getting over those hurdles, you know.
Wait right here, Mr. Stone. I'll get to the bottom of this at once. What the devil's going on here?
Oh, shucks. We wanted to surprise you.
Surprise me? Shut that contraption off, Boynton.
Yes, sir.
Now, speak, somebody. And speak quickly.
Well, we thought that...
Shut up! Miss Brooks, what are you people doing here?
Trying to help make both ends meet, Mr. Conklin.
What both ends?
Your both ends.
When we found out you were fired, sir, we thought...
Fired? I'm up for the most important job of my career. And the president of the Board of Education is standing in my living room right now, up to his neck in underwear.
We only wanted to raise enough money so you could feed your
Shut
family.
up! Miss Brooks, while I'm composing myself, I want you to go into that living room and tell Mr. Stone you're completely to blame for this outrage.
Me? But how can I?
I don't care how. Just do it. Because if I don't get this promotion, you'll never get me out of your hair. Now, march!
Yes, sir. Mr. Stone. You, Mr. Stone.
Who's that?
Oh, it's me, sir, Miss Brooks.
Where are you? I can't seem to see you.
You'd have a better view, sir, if you just dropped that little flap in front of you. Never mind. I'll walk around. Here I am. Oh, you really must forgive the appearance of Mr. Conklin's living room, Mr. Stone.
Why must I?
Because it's my fault. You see, my washing machine broke down, and Mrs. Conklin was kind enough to let me rinse out my personal things and hers.
Do you expect me to believe that this laundry is all yours?
That's what I hope you'll believe.
But there are 24 bed sheets hanging here.
I have twin beds.
And how do you explain the fact, Miss Brooks, that there are men's pajamas hanging here?
Pajamas? Well, I bought them for my hope chest.
16 pairs?
I got a lot of hope. Besides, I like to wear pajamas myself.
But these are all different sizes.
Well, sometimes I feel smaller than others. Right now, I could curl up in the cuffs. Oh, look, Mr. Stone, there's no use my trying to deceive a clever man like yourself. I'd better tell the truth.
Well, it's about time.
You see, we thought Mr. Conklin was about to lose his position as principal at Madison, so in order to help out until he got another job, we started this little laundry business in his home.
And who is we, Miss Brooks?
Another teacher and some of the students.
You mean that you felt such an intense loyalty for this man that you all rallied around in time of his need?
Well, he looked so hungry.
Well, I trust Miss Brooks has cleared this matter up to your complete satisfaction, Mr. Stone.
She certainly has, Osgood.
As a matter of fact, she's been of great value in helping me to arrive at a decision about our new assistant supervisor.
You mean I'm it?
No, Osgood, you're out. Any man who commands such respect and admiration from his colleagues is much too valuable just where he is.
Mr. Stone,
That's my final word. Stay where you are, Principal Conklin. Good day. Well, Miss Brooks?
I'm gonna wash that man right out of my head. I'm gonna wash that man.
Our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first,
dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you K. Duma's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid, Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier, fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, in spite of his chagrin at losing the promotion, Mr. Conklin must have been genuinely touched by our loyalty, because shortly after I arrived at home, Mrs. Davis came in with a package for me.
Look, Connie, this present just came for you from Osgood Conklin. Here, this note came with it.
Oh, let's see that. It says, Dear Miss Brooks, just a slight token of appreciation for your efforts in my behalf. Let it serve, too, as an admission that I have long underestimated your various capabilities. Please accept this package in the spirit in which it is offered, and for heaven's sakes, not too much starch in the collars.
Tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Cranagh, Gloria McMillan, Leonard Smith, Virginia Gordon, and Bill Johnstone. Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials, using nothing but Palmolive, brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse and pat dry. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Like Miss mysteries that are as full of chuckles as chills, be sure to hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday over this same network. Don't miss the exciting and laughable adventures of these amateur detectives. Hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday night. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Yes? Good afternoon, madam. I'm your Fuller brush man. I have a full line of... Well, just like I said, I got a brush.
Yes, it's Red Skelton, the Fuller brush man himself, co-starring with Janet Blair in the radio premiere of his rib-tickling Edward Small Columbia hit, another Screen Guild Players First, brought to you by the makers of Camel cigarettes. How mild can a cigarette be?
Smoke Camels and see.
Yes, prove for yourself how mild Camels are.
In a recent coast-to-coast test of hundreds of men and women who smoked Camels and only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Thursday night, Screen Guild night. And here's the wildest, zaniest comedy of the year. The Screen Guild players take a deep breath and open the door for The Fuller Brush Man, starring Red Skelton and Janet Blair.
Car 48, calling police car 48. Come in, Monahan.
Monahan, car 48. What's up, Sarge?
Get over to the park. Fire reported.
Forget it, Sarge. Nothing to it. It's just that new street cleaner, Red Jones. He's got a fire going in his trash cart.
Well, what's he doing with a fire in his trash cart?
He's cooking breakfast for his girl.
How about that, Ann? Breakfast in the park. You know, with me, a girl never knows what to expect, and I usually disappoint him.
Oh, this is wonderful, Red. But I have to leave soon. Mr. Wallach is driving me down to the office.
Oh, that guy. The way his eyes drool when he looks at you. Even his eyelids pant.
Oh, he's not that bad, Red. And besides, he is a very successful Fuller brush man.
Successful. He couldn't sell memberships in a pyramid club. And I'm going to have to tie something around your finger to make you remember to forget that guy. Here, take a look. I bought it $18.
An engagement ring. Oh, Red.
Oh, well, don't cry, Ann. Gosh, I know you have to look twice to see the diamond once.
Oh, please, Red. Please don't joke.
Oh, I'm not joking, Ann. You know how I've always felt about you. Gosh, I fell in love with you the first time I ever saw you.
I know. That's what makes it so hard, Red. I'm sorry, but I can't accept your ring.
You can't?
Well, you see, you aren't ready to take on a wife. I know you try, but you go from job to job.
Oh, I've had this job for 3 weeks.
Yes, but how long will it last? Look at all those other jobs, Red. The time you drove the bus, that only lasted 3 days.
Well, that wasn't my fault. I was trying to get the passengers to the rear of the bus, and I forgot to watch where the front was going.
And before that, you worked as a plumber's helper. 1 week.
Well, that was the plumber's fault. He handed me the blueprints and told me what pipes to connect.
And so hot water came out of the gas logs. Mm-hmm. It's always the same, Red. Something always happens and you lose your job. Now, look, you've got to settle down and get somewhere. Be someone before you can think of marriage.
Be someone, huh? Like Keenan Wallach?
Well, yes, Red. He's very successful. Oh. And Mr. Seward, our district manager, says that...
Hey, Ann, come on, we're late.
Speak of the devil.
I'll see you later, Red. We'll talk some more.
Well, Ann,
Hey, Red, I see you're still wearing your white ducks, huh? Well, quack, quack.
How can a clean-looking guy like that have such a dirty laugh, huh? Well, I might as well go dump this trash can now. This is the end, I guess. My whole life's finished. Ended. Done.
Look out!
Hey, you didn't have to take me so seriously.
You idiot! You imbecile, you! Look at what you've done to my car.
Well, look what you've done to my trash can. You can't tell them apart now. You all right, Commissioner Trist? Commissioner Trist? Head of the street cleaning department?
Exactly.
Gee, I've always wanted to meet you, Commissioner, working in the same department and all. My name's Jones.
As of this moment, your name is Mud.
Huh?
You're fired. You understand? You're through.
Oh, now, Commissioner, let's not get hasty now. Good men like me are hard to replace. Why, it might take, hours. Remember now, you want to keep your streets clean. There are a lot of rubbish collects on them, you know.
You're telling me. Go ahead, Robert. Let's get out of here.
Careful, there's broken glass there. You got a blowout. Smell that California air.
Wait!
Well, the same old story, Red. Fired again.
Yeah, and I'd been up for pension in 20 years, too. But, Ann, it wasn't my fault.
Oh, it never is. Look, Red, I've been thinking, too. Maybe you've had the wrong kind of job. Maybe if you went into business for yourself, as your own boss.
Oh?
Became a fuller brush dealer, an independent businessman.
Me, a fuller brush man?
Sure.
Oh, gosh, Ann,
Hi, Ann.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wally.
Hi, Red.
Hi.
How's the curbs going, Chiropodist?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Don't bother. It's in all the papers. Headlines, too. Commissioner Trist escapes injury in car crash. Say, I hope you got his license number.
I got it all right on my chest. They got a new kind of bumper now. When you hit anybody, a stamp comes down and says, killed in California. Just the same, the accident was good for me, and now I'm going to be a fuller brush man.
A what?
Oh, of course, we're counting a lot on your help, Mr. Wally.
No, wait a second.
Oh, really, I'm sure that Red will make good, especially if you show him how it's done. And then let him try a few houses for himself. Oh, please.
Well, okay. But it's like watering a weed with champagne.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wally. Come on, Red, it's my lunch hour. I'll go get my hat and gloves.
Okay.
Say, this could be pretty good for me. Try a few houses, huh? I know just the ones. That street up off the avenue. Door-to-door poison for any peddler. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, is this going to be fun. Okay, Red, take any house on this street. You sure you remembered everything I showed you?
Absolutely.
Oh, Red, I know you're going to do just fine.
Oh.
Hey, you want to bet, Ann? Say $1 million?
Huh, I'll bet more than that.
Okay, a kiss.
That's the deal.
Oh, now, wait a second.
Get going, useless.
I'm going. Now, let me see. Knock lightly, have good appearance, well-modulated voice, friendly smile, and... Well, here goes. Gee, maybe I better practice a little. Would you be interested in a hairbrush? Would you be interested in a hairbrush? That ain't it. Would you be interested in a hairbrush? Would you be interested...
Interested in what?
Nothing, Baldy. Madam, would you be interested
No.
Mister, would you...
No!
Lady, would you...
Yes?
I'll bet you would. That ain't what it says, but it'll have to do. Gosh, this is getting pretty tough on Ann. Well, I might as well tackle the next house. Let's see. It says the name Charmley. Charmley? Well, I hope she is.
Hello, Miss Shomley speaking. Grant? Well, it's about time you called me back. Say, what does that pea-brain in the casting office mean? I'm not alluring enough for the part. Look, I brushed off more men than the porter at the Waldorf. Just a minute. Now listen, Grant. Just a minute.
Must be Gorgeous George's mother.
Grant, you tell him I want that part, that's all. How do you like that? Not alluring enough. Gosh, I wonder, can I be slipping? Yes?
Oh, hello. I'm your Muller plush plan. Want to buy a brush?
Well, come in. Sit down.
Oh, nice place you got. Thanks.
My, you have lovely hair.
Yeah?
Can I run my fingers through it?
Oh?
So nice and curly.
Yeah, you keep that up, you're going to straighten it out. What I came to see you about, Miss Sharmley, is, I'm your Fuller brush man.
Oh, you can call me baby.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to show you some of our newest baby brushes. I'd like to show you some of our newest brushes. Baby.
Oh, nice.
Oh, well, this one here, couldn't use a shaving brush. No. This is one of our new friction shower bath brushes. You see, don't stand so close, please. See, you attach this nozzle to the faucet, and then you turn the water, and it comes out the...
How interesting. I might take one of those.
Oh, fine. That'll be $2.
If you demonstrate it.
Well, sure. Well, demonstrate it? Well, you see, this is a bath brush. Supposing I come back Saturday night.
When I ask men to do something, they usually eat out of my hand.
Yeah, well, I've had my lunch.
Men can't get me out of their blood.
Yeah, well, this is no time for a transfusion, believe me.
Kiss me. You're no different from all the others. All men follow me like sheep.
Yeah, well, not me.
Like sheep.
Not me.
Oh.
Oh, well, another door, another bell, another bunion. Well, what have I got to lose? I'll try.
Yes?
Oh, good afternoon, madam. I'm your Fuller brush man, and I'm trying to be. See, I got a lot of brushes here. I got some your husband's going to love. That's if you've got a husband.
Well, yes, but Mr. Triss is talking business with his friend, Mr. Croxton. If you care to come back.
Well, that's the most encouraging thing. Mr. Triss? You mean Commissioner Triss?
Why, yes.
Boy, do I pick 'em, huh?
Well, if you wish to try again later.
No, thanks. I ran into your husband once today, and I wouldn't like to do it again.
Ran into... Oh, you must be that street cleaner.
I'm the boy with the
the
trash
accident.
can. I'm the accident.
He was very angry, wasn't he? I know he growled about it all through lunch.
Yeah, you know it must be tough on you, feeding him raw meat 3 times a day. Well, I guess this doesn't...
Oh, is it that bad?
Yeah, kind of bad. It cost him a girl a fortune in lipstick. Gee, if I'd have sold a brush here, why, I'd have won a bet, a girl, and, well, maybe a job.
Perhaps you still can.
How? Oh, you mean you'll buy a
well,
brush?
it's the least I can do to make amends for my husband.
Oh.
How many brushes do you have to sell?
Only one. I mean 10. Now, I'm sure you can use 10 brushes, couldn't you?
Of course. I'll take 10 of those bristle combs.
Well, by strange coincidence, I have exactly 10 of them.
I was sure you had.
Darling.
Yes, dear. It's my husband.
Oh.
Who was at the door? Who? Oh, it's you!
Gorgeous George's mother.
Why? I thought I told you to stay out of my way.
Yeah, I know.
Now, darling, please.
You stay out of this, dear.
No, she's right, Triss.
You too, Crookston. Stay out of this. I'm going to show this fool that I... What's that? The lights. Who turned up?
Heath, turn on the light. Heath, where in heaven's name is that butler?
I'm right here, Mrs. Triss. I'll turn on the lights.
Well, I can't imagine what... Oh.
Heath, get some water. She's fainted.
Hey, what's this all about? First the lights go out, and then she pops off and passes out. He got drunk and passed out. Look at him. Or is he taking a nap on that floor? A little nap wouldn't hurt that rug, believe me.
Hello, operator.
Oh, he ain't breathing.
Get me the police.
Oh.
Hurry. I want to report a murder.
Murder?
Well, they can't do a thing until the police arrive, so we'll use that time to talk about smoking. How mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels and see just how mild a cigarette can be. Yes, test Camel mildness for yourself. Find out for yourself what noted throat specialists reported in a recent coast-to-coast smoking test. In this test, hundreds of men and women smoked Camels and only Camels for 30 days, an average of 1 to 2 packs a day. Their throats were examined each week by the throat specialists. And after 2,470 careful examinations, the doctors reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. That's how mild Camels are. Try Camels. If at any time you're not convinced that Camels are the mildest cigarette you ever smoked, return the package with the unused cigarettes to the makers of Camels, and you'll receive its full purchase price plus postage. Yes, try Camels. And remember, Camels by the carton are the best buy. Camel Cigarettes now present Act Two of The Fuller Brush Man, starring Red Skelton and Janet Blair. It's murder, and the police have already swung into action. At the home of the late deceased Mr. Trist, Lieutenant Quint of the Homicide Squad is beginning the investigation.
There were 4 of you in the room when the lights went out. Now, one of you stabbed Gordon Trist through the heart and hid the weapon. We haven't found the weapon yet, but we will. I thought that first I'd give you all a chance to talk.
At a time like this, who feels like making conversation?
Jones, you had a run-in with Mr. Trist this morning, didn't you?
Yeah.
I understand he fired you.
Well, yeah, but I didn't kill him.
What did you do when the lights went out?
Well,
What did you do?
I hid in the piano.
You knew that Mr. Trist didn't like you. What were you doing in his home?
Well, I was selling some brushes to Mrs. Trist. Go ahead, ask her. She'll tell you herself.
Mrs. Trist?
I never saw him before in my life.
Oh!
We always feed our jailbirds well. Go on, Jones. Have some more turkey.
Now, look, Lieutenant. You look here. I'm looking and can't find it. Wait, I got it. Look, Lieutenant, I don't want any more turkey. What are you trying to do? Get something out of me or get something into me? You've been firing questions at me all night. I'm still not guilty, and I'm not very hungry.
Oh, go ahead. That turkey can't hurt you now.
No.
It's dead. Mm-hmm. Just like Mr. Trist.
Yeah, now, don't say things like that. Now, look, I didn't kill Mr. Trist, and I don't like your a la carte insinuations.
Oh, come now. There's no need to get upset.
Upset? Oh, I'm not upset. I'm not.
Not one little bit?
No, not one little bit.
Well, then tell me, why are you putting that turkey wing in your lapel?
I'm on the blue plate special.
I came right down, Lieutenant. When Mr. Wallach said you called him, I decided...
she thought she'd better come along.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you, but this Fuller Brush kit had your name on it, Wallach. Is it yours?
Yes, it's mine. I lent it to Red Jones.
Why?
That's what I'd like to know.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant. This is Mr. Seward, our district manager.
Yes, and in all my years with the company, we've never before been associated with scandal. Just look at these newspaper headlines, will you? Fuller Brushman says buy or die. Door knocker. Door knocker knocks off reluctant customer. Can't you do anything about this horrible publicity?
You better take that up with Jones. Ferguson.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Bring Jones in here. I'm letting him go.
Letting him go? After what he did to Fuller Brushes?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Seward. It was all my fault. I know now how useless it was.
Well, thanks, Ferguson. You got to come over to my place and sleep sometime. Oh, hello, Angie. I'm sorry about all of this. It wasn't my fault, really. Now that I'm going to be a Fuller Brushman, things will be different, boy. I'm going to be the best thing that ever hit Fuller Brushes. It might be just the opposite. Come along, Wallach. What's everybody so touchy about?
Oh, nothing. Just the same old thing. Red Jones has done it again. Mr. Trouble. Oh, dependable. I always expect the worst from you, Red. And you never let me down.
But, Ann, it wasn't my...
Don't say that again. Don't ever say anything to me again.
Right, now her, too.
Say, Jones, who gets his Fuller Brush kit?
Might as well be me. I'm always left holding the bag. Just a minute. Gee, maybe it's Ann. Maybe she's changed her mind. I'm coming. Just a minute. Hiya, honey. Oh, gosh, Mrs. Trist.
Let me in, please, quick.
Now, look, sis, I don't know what you want to buy, but this time I ain't selling.
You must believe me. I'm only trying to help you.
Oh, sure. Trying to help me get a fast ride down that last mile. Why didn't you tell those cops that you bought those brushes?
Because they suspect us both.
You do?
If they knew we'd met before, they might think we were in this thing together. And we are in it together, even though we're innocent.
Yeah.
We must work together.
Yeah.
Stick together.
Yeah? It's going to be tough walking that way. Well, how about my girl? Will you tell her you bought those brushes from me?
Of course.
Oh, good. Well, now you stay right here. Stay where you are. See, I hope she's not out with Wally. I hope she's not home with Wally. Well, here. Hello. Hey, Ann. Look, honey, can you come over to my place right away? Oh, but Ann, you got to. Look, Mrs. Triss is here, and she wants to tell you something. Okay, honey, I knew you would. Hurry, will you? Yeah, she's coming right over, Mrs. Triss. Then you can tell her the truth. Hey, what are you doing messing around my Fuller brush kit?
Oh, just looking at the brushes. They're wonderful.
Yeah, they are. They're nice. Hey, what's this bristlecomb doing here? I thought I sold all of those to you.
Well, as a matter of fact, you only left me 9. That one must be mine, too.
Oh, well, take it. But don't forget to pay me for them. You dig up the cash and I'll dig up some food. Neighbors next door are acting up again. I'll dig up some food. Boy, am I hungry. They serve a wonderful meal down at the jail, but they spoil your appetite first. Hey, come on, you can help me. You know anything about boiling onions?
This is the kitchen?
Yeah, it's kind of small. It used to be a telephone booth before the housing shortage.
The doorbell.
Well, gosh, that's funny. It couldn't be Ann. She couldn't get here that fast.
You go and answer it. I'll stay in here. And remember, no one must know I'm in the place.
No, okay. Yes?
Good evening, Mr. Jones.
Oh, you're that butler, Mr. Hurst. You're Triss's butler, aren't you, huh? Look, I'm awful busy, old man, so would you please hurry and go away?
I'm sorry, Mr. Jones. I'm coming in.
Okay.
Now then, where is Mrs. Trist?
Mrs. Trist?
I know she's here. I followed her.
Oh.
I had a feeling she was in on this some way. The doorbell.
That's funny. That's what everybody said.
Quick. I mustn't be discovered here.
Why not?
Don't you ever go to the movies?
Yeah.
In a murder mystery, they always suspect the butler.
Oh.
Where can I hide?
Well, in there, in the kitchen with Mrs. Trist.
Thanks. I'll do as much for you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Just a minute. Boy, what a spot for a hot dog stand, huh? Hello.
Your name, Jones?
Goodbye. Guy out there with a gun. Oh, it's a good thing this door's locked. Say, how'd you mugs unlock that door?
Professional secret, Mr. Jones. Bitch, is it in that Fuller brush kit?
Not here, Jiggers. No sign of it.
Okay, stop looking.
Well, look, anything I can help you with? You're kind of noisy for people I haven't met. Look, you're wrecking my apartment. What do you want?
Came up to buy some brushes, Mr. Fuller.
Be quiet about it, will you? I don't care about you breaking my furniture, but don't break my leaves, please.
The doorbell. Who's that?
I don't know. At this point, I could use a little prompting from the audience.
We'll go and wait in the kitchen.
Oh?
You get rid of whoever it is.
Oh.
And don't try any funny business.
Oh, I won't.
This gun is loaded.
So is the kitchen.
Come on, Stitch.
Oh, goodness. Coming. I'm going to make a deal with the bus people. You watch.
Hello, Jones. Am I intruding?
Lieutenant Quint. Oh, well, come in, Lieutenant Quint. Gee, I'm sure glad to see you, Lieutenant Quint. Oh, just loosen up your holster, and make... Just take off your gun and make yourself at home. I don't mess with them once I miss them, you know. Well, I'll guarantee I'll never be back here again.
It doesn't look much like home right now.
Oh, I feel right at home, though. I changed the furniture around, some of the lines, too, by the way.
I'm sure it looks better the way you had it.
Oh, no.
You're positive I'm not intruding now.
Oh, no, I was just spending a quiet evening alone with some of my joke books.
Well, I wouldn't leave you alone with my joke book.
The doorbell. Oh, doggone it. Now they got me saying it. Excuse me, will you, Lieutenant? Yes.
Red, I just...
Anne, darling.
Oh, Lieutenant Quinn. You still think Red killed Mr. Trist? Lieutenant, how can you be so blind? Why, Red never harmed anyone in his life.
Say, let's get this straight, miss. Are you with him or against him?
With him when he's in trouble.
Ain't that wonderful? I'm always in trouble.
Red, where is she? You said Mrs. Trist was here. Lieutenant, that ought to prove something to you.
Mrs. Trist?
Well, she thought I said Trist. And I said Prist. Mrs. Prist. She's the woman with the underslung jaw. Her husband married her so he'd have an ashtray. The bottom part comes out and the top part recedes. It goes back so far she has to put her lipstick on from the back.
Well, that's very interesting. And,
you're supposed to be serious. Let's not laugh this now.
And what did Mrs. Trist come here for?
How should I know? Who could understand her?
Listen.
If anybody says doorbell, I'm going to scream.
Yeah, well, I better answer that myself. Oh, it's you, Ferguson. Get anything?
Your hunch is right on the beam, Lieutenant. We got 4 of them. They were coming down the fire escape.
Who?
Mrs. Trist, the butler, and a couple of finger men.
Hey, well, that's impossible. They're out there in the kitchen. Come on, I'll show you. Hey, Mrs. Trist, will you please come out and tell my girl what you... Hey, everybody's gone.
Oh, relax, Red. You're off the spot.
Oh?
Oh, you really mean that, Lieutenant?
Sure. We've dug up quite a bit about Mrs. Trist and that Cruxton guy.
You mean the fellow that was there when the old boy got murdered?
Uh-huh. He shared a lot of business interests with Trist. He also hoped to share his wife. They got so pally, they forgot to be smart. No, there's no question about the case if I could only find the murder weapon.
Well, let's tear the rest of the place apart. Hey, what am I saying, anyhow?
Hey, Red, what's that funny smell in here?
Smell? I started to say it may be the script, you know. It must be that coffee pot. Mrs. Trist started to make some coffee. It's been boiling all this time. Come on, well, just empty it out. Hey, look. What's that?
It's one of our brushes. Hey, that's very strange. It was in the coffee.
Wait, I got it, Anne. Look, this handle, it's soft. It's been out of shape. And the way it was before, it was sharp and pointed.
The murder weapon.
That's right. Whoever killed Trist hid this brush with the other brushes in my kit and then came here tonight to get it.
That adds up to Mrs. Trist. Why, she didn't even want me to know she'd even bought one of those brushes.
Yeah, but what about the 2 mugs with the guns?
Oh, they've talked enough already. They were hired by Cruxton. He was in on it, too.
Yes, but the butler, where does he come in?
We just threw him in to make the plot tougher.
Oh, Red, I'm so glad you stayed.
Well, that's fine. Now we got some unfinished business.
Hmm?
And you remember all those kisses Wallach gave you yesterday?
Well, what about him?
Well, you wouldn't want to keep his kisses, would you? Come on, gal. Hand them over.
No, Red.
I wrote the ending myself. Pretty good, huh?
Our stars, Red Skelton and Janet Blair, will return to the microphone in just a moment.
How mild can a cigarette be?
Prove to yourself how mild Camels are.
In a recent coast-to-coast smoking test, hundreds of men and women smoked Camels and only Camels for 30 days, an average of 1 to 2 packs a day. Noted throat specialists examined these smokers' throats each week, and the doctors reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Try Camels in your T-zone, T for taste and T for throat. See how Camel's choice tobaccos, properly aged and expertly blended, give you rich, full flavor and cool mildness. Yes, see if Camels don't suit your T-zone to a T.
If at any time you're not convinced that Camels are the mildest cigarette you ever smoked, return the package with the unused cigarettes to the makers of Camels, and you'll receive its full purchase price plus postage.
And now that we've all caught our breath again, here's a final word of thanks to our stars. Red and Janet, I can't begin to tell you how much fun we've had.
Well, why not start in the middle and work your way backwards? But seriously, Vern, I've always had a soft spot in my heart for the Screen Guild players.
So have I, Red, because this program supports the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its country house and hospital. And it's a real privilege to share in that work.
I feel that way, too, Janet. So I've been waiting for them to ask me to be on the show, and then at last, you know what?
What?
They do you.
Well, some other people are doing it, too, Red. Every week, the makers of Camel cigarettes send free smokes to servicemen's hospitals all over the country. And this week, among other hospitals, free Camels are being sent to Veterans Hospital, Topeka, Kansas, United States Army Station Hospital, Fort Lawton, Washington, and United States Marine Hospital, Fort Stanton, New Mexico. Happy smoking, fellows. Your cigarettes are on the way to you now with the compliments of Camels.
The Screen Guild Players are directed by Bill Lawrence. The adaptations by Harry Cronman. Remember, Thursday night is Screen Guild night. And next week, another great picture with two of your favorite stars, Walls of Jericho with Cornell Wilde and Claire Trevor. Be sure to listen.
The Fuller Brushman, based on a story by Roy Huggins, was presented through the courtesy of Edward Small Columbia Pictures, whose latest release is Walk a Crooked Mile. Red Skelton will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Neptune's Daughter. He can also be heard on his regular Friday night Procter & Gamble program over this same station.
For fun and hilarity, don't miss Camel Cigarette's other great show over this same station. Tomorrow night, the Jimmy Durante Show with Alan Young. Thursday night is Screen Guild night. Greatest stars and greatest stories by Camel Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national...
Air Base in Tucson, Arizona, the Abbott Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel a first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And that chubby little civilian who, when he reported to the commanding officer, uttered these historic words. Costello, where have you been? Just look at you. Your face is smeared with lipstick. From your eyebrows to your chin.
Yeah, I know that, Abbott. That's the last time I'll ever kiss a whack in a Jeep with the motor running.
Look, I missed you on the train coming out from Hollywood. Costello, where were you?
Abbott, I had a very rough trip.
You did?
I had to stand up all the way. Everybody had a place to sleep with me. There was even an army dog sleeping in an upper berth.
A dog in an upper berth?
Yeah.
Why didn't you complain to the conductor?
I did. I said, Conductor, there's an army dog in the upper berth, and I can't understand it.
And what did he say?
He says, I can't understand it either. He paid for a lower.
I know. Never mind that. Look.
So he got a drawing room.
All right, never mind. Look, what is that outfit you're wearing?
Oh, I'm supposed to be a cowboy, Abbott.
You do?
How do you like my 4-gallon hat?
That, Costello, don't you mean a 10-gallon hat?
Nope, 4 gallons. All I had was an 8 ticket.
Well, if you're supposed to be a cowboy, where are your chaps?
What did you say?
The chaps. Where are the chaps?
I don't know where the chaps are now, but brother, they ain't on Iwo Jima.
Costello, I didn't think it was possible for you to get so dumb.
Oh, I can do anything if I set my mind to it.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Why, this morning, I went back horse riding.
Yeah, you went what?
Horseback riding.
Oh, how could you ride a horse? You're a tenderfoot.
Tenderfoot? Brother, you got your geography all wrong.
All right. What kind of a horse did you ride?
It's tender.
Wait a minute, I understand that. Explain it to me. What kind of a horse did you ride? Did you have a Mustang?
No, I used to have a Mustang, Abbott, but I shaved it off. Made my girlfriend very jealous.
What do you mean?
It was bigger than hers.
No. Listen, you nitwit. I'm talking about a Mustang, not a mustache. You ride on a Mustang, but you can't ride on a mustache.
Well, you could ride on mine. It had handlebars.
Costello, I don't believe you can ride at all.
Oh, yes, I can.
Can you make your horse do a canter?
No, but I made him do a jolson. He got down on one knee and he sang Mammy.
He did?
Mammy.
Yeah, all right. Just a minute, Costello. Are you trying to tell me your horse sang Mammy?
Well, he didn't sing it all the way through. He whistled the last chorus.
Okay. Look, Costello, that's impossible. How can a horse whistle?
I put my fingers in his mouth.
And he whistled?
No, he bit me.
He bit you?
Then I whistled.
Yeah, then you whistled. Never mind that. Look, what do you feed your horse?
Well, this morning I give him a bucket of whiskey.
A bucket of whiskey?
Yep. I felt very sorry for him, Abbott.
What do you mean?
The man that rented him to me told me he's got to go back on the wagon tomorrow.
You... Look, you idiot.
The man rented you a dray horse.
He is not a dray horse. He's a brown horse with white stripes.
No, Costello, I'm not talking about the horse's color.
He didn't have any collar. He only wears the collar when he pulls the wagon.
No, well, look, if he pulls a wagon, he's a dray horse. He has to be a dray horse to pull a wagon.
Now, how do you like that? This guy wants to put all the other horses out of work. All the black horses, the white horses, all the brown horses. They will have no jobs at all. Nothing but dray horses pulling the wagon.
Yeah, no, calm down, Costello. I'm only trying to tell you that if he pulls a wagon, he's a dray horse. A dray horse works on a dray.
Abbott, this horse works overtime. He pulls the wagon in the dray time, and I ride him at night. I'm paying time and a half.
Look, you dummy, when I say he's a dray horse, I don't mean he's a day horse. I mean he's a dray horse. Now, a dray horse can work in the day or at night and still be a dray horse. He can work at night on the dray.
Oh, when you say he's a dray horse, you don't mean it's a dray horse. You mean it's a dray horse, and a dray horse can still be a dray horse when he works night or day.
Now, you've got it.
Now, I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
And let's forget all about it. We'll see what you know about horses.
What page are you on, Abbott?
Number 4.
So am I.
I'll find out what you know about horses in just a minute. Do you prefer an eastern saddle or a western saddle?
Well, I don't know where it comes from, but I like it. I drink a big glass of saddle every morning.
Yeah, you dummy, what kind of saddle can you put in a glass?
Saddle a Patagon.
No. Costello, you'll never be a cowboy. Why, you haven't even got a lasso.
A what?
I said lasso. A lasso is a rope or a coil.
Oh, I got very pretty coils. My mother coils my coil every morning. What am I for? I got a spit coil?
No, Costello. The coil I mean is a line that hangs on the saddle. The cowboys use it to catch horses and cows.
They catch horses and cows?
Sure.
They catch horses and horses on a line?
Certainly.
What do they use for bait?
Hey, Costello, look, let's forget the whole thing. Now, while you're here in Arizona, why don't you take advantage of the beauties of the desert?
I tried that this morning, Abbott, and one of them slapped me right in the puss.
I'm not talking about girls. I mean the beauties of nature. You should go see the Grand Canyon.
That Grand Canyon is a fake.
What do you mean the Grand Canyon is a fake?
I went out there to look at it yesterday. There's nothing there but a big hole. They must have moved to someplace else.
Costello.
I didn't see nothing.
That hole is the canyon. And I am going to visit the Grand Canyon tomorrow. I am going right up to the edge of the canyon.
You're going right
up to the edge.
Edge of the canyon?
That's me.
Abbott, be careful you don't fall off. But if you do fall, be sure and look to the left.
Why?
You'll never see a sight like that again, brother.
Last year, Camel broke its own record, made more cigarettes than ever before in history. Now, a new production schedule topping even 1944 is planned for this year. And still, we can't promise to meet the civilian demand. Billions and billions of Camels are going to the servicemen overseas. And the service comes first. But when you do get Camels, they are still Camels. Rich, full flavor, cool mildness. Camels will not be sold down the river. They just wouldn't be Camels if we were to use green, insufficiently cured tobaccos. War or peace, Camels are still Camels. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. Still the cigarette of costlier tobaccos. Ask for them every time you buy cigarettes. Camel presents Freddie Richards Band with a hit song from Bluebird Girl, Evelina.
Costello, isn't it wonderful to be playing to this fine bunch of clean living boys?
What did you say they were?
They're clean living boys.
Clean living boys?
Yeah.
Well, a guy can't get very dirty on $50 a month.
Hey, look. Well, look, wasn't your cousin Private Hugo Costello stationed at this base?
Yeah, but they threw him out. He kicked an MP in the shins.
You can't go around kicking MPs in the shins.
You can't kick them any place. They're particular.
Yeah. Look, will you talk sense, Costello? Did you meet any Indians on the desert?
Oh, sure. You know me. I'm an old Indian fighter.
Fighter?
Yeah.
Well, why aren't you fighting?
I can't find any old Indians. Young.
Me Indian. Me sell moccasins. Me sitting bull.
If you're a sitting bull, why are you standing up?
Me on vacation.
Mr. Bull, I'll take a pair of those moccasins for Costello.
Good. Here.
Wait a minute. These moccasins are kind of small. Ain't you got a size 10?
Say, what am I, Florsheim? I'm only an Indian.
Hey, Abbott.
Right.
You know what? My Uncle Artie Stebbins married an Indian girl, but he had to divorce her.
Why?
She used to walk her to sleep, and she took the blanket with her.
Costello, I understand you're thinking of building a house out here on the desert.
Yes. I was talking to an artichoke about the house this morning.
I think you mean architect. An artichoke is an expensive delicacy.
Well, there's nothing cheap about this crumb.
But before you start building a house, I think you should see a model home.
Okay, get me a model. I'll see her home.
No. Don't talk silly, Costello. Now, I've taken the liberty of drawing up some plans for your house. And here they are. Now, you'll notice I have placed your room here, the kitchen here, and the maid's room here.
I like that, Abbott.
Why?
I'll have to go through the kitchen to get to the maid's room.
Never mind that. Have you made arrangements to get the money to build your house?
Oh, sure. I'm getting the money from the We Trust You, but if you cheat us, you won't have any luck friendly credit finance company.
What security did you have to give to get the loan?
Oh, nothing. I just gave them my word. And my mother has to go and live with them.
Oh.
Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm from the Friendly Credit Finance Company. My name is Ork. Tommy Ork.
I think before I spoke to your brother, Mohawk.
Of course, I think so too. Now, Mr. Costello, our company makes a practice of examining all applicants for loans. A mere formality, if I'm not too inquisitive. We have absolute faith and confidence in your honesty.
See that, Abbott? They trust me.
Now, Mr. Costello, please be so kindly impress your fingerprints on this pad. I'll check with Washington later after we take a sample of your blood.
You're going to take my blood?
Oh, just a couple of cords. We return it after the loan is paid up. Now, do you having any birthmarks?
No, but I got my girl's face tattooed on my chest.
Are there any birthmarks on that?
Well, there's a mole there, but I don't know if it belongs on her chin or my chest.
Well, this is very enlightening.
Wait, will you give me that again, please?
I say what you're saying to me is very enlightening.
What do you talk with, lumps?
Thank you. Now, tell me this. What does the face looking like?
Well, she's got dark, curly hair. And every time I take a deep breath, she smiles.
I see. Now, Mr. Costello, have you any marks of identification on your body, like scars, wounds, or bruises?
Noses.
Well, if you happen to miss any of your payments, we'll attend to that.
Hey, Abbott, what did he mean by that last crack?
Oh, nothing, Costello. That's merely a matter of form.
That's what I'm worried about, my form. I want to keep it the way it is.
Now, Mr. Costello, in going over your plans, we find that your building thing is costing too many monies. We'll have to cut down.
Cut down? All I want is a living room, a bedroom, a dining room, kitchen, and a maid's room and a garage.
I see. Well, in the first place, you don't need any dining room.
Oh, now, wait a minute, just a minute. If you take away the dining room, where in the world is the man going to eat?
Well, the way this thing is going, I don't think I'm going to have an appetite.
Exactly. You cannot expect to eat and make payments, too.
Okay, the dining room is out. Gee, but that was a pretty room. Such beautiful wallpaper.
Yes. Now then, if you are not going to eat, you will not need a kitchen. And without a kitchen, you won't need any maid's room, is it?
I'm going to miss that maid.
Yes, that's very refreshing thing. Will you cut it out with that nut? Now read straight. I'm sorry, that's the way I talk in heaven. Then let's get back to the house, please. Right here, that's the bedroom.
Well, you can cut that out, too. I'll be so worried about the payments I won't be able to sleep.
Absolutely. Oh, say, incidental, what is this thing here?
Oh, that's the living room.
Well, now, what do you want with a living room? You have no bedroom, no kitchen, and no dining room. Are you calling that living?
All right, sir, we'll cut out the living room. Now, what have I got left?
Well, you've got a lovely piece of ground there, Mr. Costello.
Good. I can park there and live in my car.
Oh, no, I'm afraid you couldn't do that, Mr. Costello.
And why not?
We take your car today for the down payment. Toodaloo.
Hey, Abbott, you know I really outsmarted that guy?
How did you outsmart him?
I gave him a $500 deposit, and I ain't going to show up with the balance.
For Camel fans tonight, lovely Connie Haynes sings The Sunny Side of the Street.
Ready coat and get your hat. Leave your worries on the doorstep. Just direct your feet to the sunny side of the street. Can't you hear a pitter-pat? And that happy tune is your step. Life could be so sweet on the sunny side of the street. I used to walk in the shade with those blues on thread. But I'm not afraid. This rover crossed over. If I never have a cent, I'll be rich as Rockefeller. Gold dust at my feet on the sunny side of the street. I used to walk in the shade with those blues on thread. But I'm not afraid. This rover, yeah, I crossed over. If I never have a cent, I'll be rich as Rockefeller. Gold dust at my feet on the sunny side of the street.
Compare used to be one of my favorite words. I'd stand up here and ask you to compare Camels with other cigarettes. The mildness, the mellowness, the rich, full flavor. Well, some of you did and some of you didn't. But a lot of people lately have been having to compare Camels with other cigarettes, whether they wanted to or not, what with this shortage. And as someone said the other day, I've been smoking Camels for years, but I've just really found out what an incomparably swell cigarette it is. I've tried a lot of brands, but it's Camels for me every time, whenever I can get them. And whenever you do get Camels, they are still getting Camels. No green, insufficiently cured tobaccos, but the costlier tobaccos, properly aged and cured, and blended in the traditional Camel way. So be sure to keep on asking for Camels every time you buy cigarettes. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. War or peace, Camels are still Camels.
Well, Costello, how do you like this bunch of airmen here at Davis Mountain Air Base?
Abbott, they're wonderful.
I
They're
thought
so
you said
polite.
Mm-hmm.
I walked all through the camp with Connie Haynes and not one guy whistling at her.
I don't believe that.
Well, you can ask Colonel Northstein. He was with us.
Oh. I thought so.
And another thing, Abbott, these guys don't pay no attention to the 12 o'clock curfew. They break it all the time.
They do?
Yeah. Curfew or no curfew, they go to bed at 10 o'clock.
found that out, too, eh?
Yeah, and I also found out why they called those guys buck privates.
You did?
Yep. I was out with 5 of them last night. There wasn't a buck between them.
Now, you're certainly learning a lot about the Army. Tell me, do you know what the highest rank is?
Yeah, private, first class.
PFC is not the highest rank.
Well, it's as high as you can go and still have friends.
About talk sense, Costello. By the way, didn't your girlfriend, Ruby Poolcue, join some branch of the service?
Yeah, but Ruby is a sailor.
I think you mean she's away.
No, Ruby's a sailor. She's on a boat.
Costello, that's impossible. They don't allow women on those boats. Suppose somebody should find out.
Who's going to tell?
Costello, you're a dope.
I'm a dope?
Yes.
Hey, Abbott, why don't your wife go in the Army?
What would my wife do in the Army?
She could teach the commandos to fight dirty.
Never mind that. Who was that girl I saw you with in Phoenix yesterday?
That was Tessie Tinfoil, telephone operator at the hotel. I had a date with her.
Tessie Tinfoil? That dizzy blonde? She isn't all there.
There's enough of her there to have a date with.
Where did you take her?
Where did I take her? I took her over here to the Davis-Mountain Air Base. And 2 rear gunners took a shot at Tessie.
How did that happen?
Well, she's got so many circles under her eyes, they thought she was a target.
Pardon me, sir. May I use your microphone to send a message?
Go right ahead, Lieutenant. Go ahead.
Calling Mrs. Wilbur Fuzz. Mrs. Fuzz, your husband, Private Fuzz, spent a very restful night. He slept like a baby. That is all.
Hey, who is Private Fuzz?
He's our 9th century.
You know we was doing good up till then?
Yeah. Look, never mind him. Costello, how do you like this air base? All kidding aside.
I think it's okay. Really wonderful. But one of the GIs told me it would be much better if they cut out all that working and drilling between meals.
Now, Costello, suppose they should accept you in this outfit. Which front would you like to do your fighting on?
Florida.
But there's no fighting in Florida.
You're telling me.
It wouldn't hurt you to go into training. You'd lose a lot of weight on your basics.
I'll bet my stomach would get thinner, too.
I
know one thing, Abbott. I like the Air Force.
You would?
I can just close my eyes, and I could picture my first day in camp.
Sorry, Private Costello. I didn't realize.
Oh, so it's you, eh, Sergeant?
Yes, I know it's kind of early, but if you don't mind, the Colonel wants to know if he could have a word with you.
Oh, the Colonel. I got other things to do. Okay, send the Colonel in.
Private Costello.
At ease, Colonel.
I want you to report to hangar number 1. We need a man to change his engine.
Hey, you giving orders to me?
Yes. Who are you? Of course. Don't forget, I'm a colonel.
How much money do you make?
$500 a month.
Well, look, kid, you got a good job. Now, don't louse it up.
Private Costello. Private, I think the Colonel is mad at you. Now, I'll tell you what let's do. You carry this bomb sight over to headquarters so I can tell him you worked hard today. Maybe he'll forgive you.
You want me to carry the bomb sight, eh? Okay, Sergeant, give me the bomb sight.
Now, be careful with it, Private Costello. It costs $10,000.
Oops, I dropped it.
Oh, Butterfingers.
Watch your language, Sergeant. I don't like it now. There may be a NC in the joint.
Oh, now, Private, shame on you.
Quiet!
Surprised at you.
Shut up! Talk to me in a civilian tongue.
I'm sorry, but this may cost you your chance for promotion, Private Costello. You may never get to be a corporal.
I don't want the job anyway. Too much responsibility. Besides my cousin Hugo, he started in the Army as a corporal.
Oh, that's impossible. How could he start as a corporal?
Well, Hugo was born with 2 stripes on him. Now, blow out of here, Sergeant. Get out, I'm busy. Go on, scat.
Good Costello.
I said, get up. Hello, come in.
Morning.
And who are you?
I'm the Colonel's daughter.
What a spot for a traveling salesman. Well, I'm pleased to meet you. How's your old man?
Why, he's just fine. He was so excited when he found out you all was assigned here. He just loves comical fellas.
Well, I'm glad to hear the Colonel likes me. And you're a pretty sweet kid yourself. Tell your old man I'll put in a good word for him with the draft board. I just got an offer from the Navy, you know. I'll take him along with me.
Private Costello. And Daddy says to tell you that if you all live through the basic training, he's going to see to it personally that you all get right into the thick of the fighting right away.
Kid, he don't have to do that. I mean, that... Wait a minute. Where do you think he'll send me?
I don't know exactly, but he did mention Tokyo.
Tokyo? Are you kidding? I'm liable to get hurt over there. They're double crosses. They're using real bullets.
Oh, you don't have to worry, Private Costello. Daddy says the minute you land in Japan, he's going to declare you an open city.
Oh, thanks, honey child, thanks. You know, I knew... Wait a minute. Listen, them chaps don't live up to no rules of war. They don't recognize no open city. I'm liable to be bombed.
That's what Daddy thinks, too. Goodbye.
Hey, you. Hey, aren't you Private Costello?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, I'm an MP, and you haven't reported for duty in 15 days.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Oh, nothing. We just missed you, that's all.
All right, come on. Come on, Costello. Wake up.
What's the matter, Abbott?
Costello, come here.
What?
Your blood test just came back. You've been turned down again.
By the Air Force?
No, by the Red Cross. They sent your blood back with this note. Here, go ahead and read it.
Okay. Dear Mr. Costello, we are returning your blood. We need plasma, not asthma. Get me out of here!
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Platoon Sergeant Ernest I. Thomas of Tallahassee, Florida, and the United States Marines. Sergeant Thomas took over the command of his platoon when the commanding officer was wounded and was the first American to plant the Stars and Stripes on top of Mount Suribachi on Iwo Jima. In your honor, Sergeant Thomas, the makers of camels are sending to our fighters overseas 400,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 3 Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week by sending free 400,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week. I rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are fighting, and in cooperation with the Good Neighbor policy, also to Central and South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, Monday to Bob Hawk in Thanks to the Yanks, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Costello, they certainly have been nice to us down here at Davis Monthon Field. And I want to thank Colonel Nothstein and Special Service and Public Relations staff.
Yes, and Abbott, I got some good news for all the guys.
Yeah?
The war's going to be over in 2 weeks.
Oh, Costello, how do you know the war's going to be over in 2 weeks?
Because my Uncle Artie Stebbins joined the Air Force this morning, and he never held a job over 2 weeks in his life.
Oh, good night, folks. Good night.
Good night, Nick.
Yes, folks, be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, Camels are worth asking for every time. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is tree. T-R-E-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, a comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples tonight. Penniman, who's first to try for?
Well, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a couple about to be married, Groucho.
Mm-hmm.
And here they come now. I'd like you to meet Beverly Eccles and Robert Reynaud. The fiancé is a police officer, and this is Beverly Eccles. Beverly, right here.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Beverly Eccles? Is that
That's right.
You're a remarkably beautiful girl, Beverly. Huh?
Thank you.
You're not surprised at that compliment, are you?
Not exactly. Isn't
Pretty
that what they pay you for?
Huh? I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry. I just said, isn't that what they pay you for?
Hey. They pay me for you to be beautiful? That I don't follow at all, huh? It's a good thing your old man is a cop, huh? Robert Renault, what do you do on the police force, Bob?
I work PIC.
And what does that mean?
Pedestrian and intersection control at traffic downtown.
I see. You're a police officer. Well, I'm pleased to meet you. You could put me in jail for that, you know. You know, pleased to meet you. What kind of work do you do, Beverly?
I'm a textbook clerk at Virgil Junior High School.
A textbook clerk?
That's right.
What does that consist of?
Well, I issue textbooks to the students.
And he issues summonses, huh? Do you have any little issues? No. So you two are going to be married, is that right, Bob?
That's right.
I don't know what fruit stand you swiped her from, but you certainly got a peach. How old are you, Bob?
23.
23, and you?
I'll be 19 next week.
You're getting mixed up with the law at a pretty early age, aren't you? Now, let's talk about your marriage. For example, Bob, how many children are you going to have?
Oh, I think 4 would be about right.
You want to walk the beat all day and all night, too, huh? How do you feel about 4 children, Beverly?
2 will suit me fine.
Well, we'll try to get 2 to suit you and 4 to suit him. Now, Beverly, after you're married, suppose after you're married you're alone in the house at 3 o'clock in the morning and you hear somebody at the front door. Now, what would you do? Would you shoot him with Bob's revolver?
Oh, I'd look and see if it was Bob first.
And if it was Bob coming home at 3 in the morning, then you'd shoot him? Bob, what should Beverly do if she hears a noise in the middle of the night?
I'll call the police.
And what are you doing, hiding under the bed? Fine policeman, huh? Suppose she called the cops and they caught me. What would happen? Would I get the rubber hose?
No, we don't use those old-fashioned third-degree methods anymore. We use a little psychology.
Oh, you use psychology on me? Let's see you try. Now, what would you do?
Well, sir, with a few simple questions, we can iron this out without any trouble.
Mm-hmm. Such as what?
Well, I would like to know what you were doing in the vicinity of my home at 3 a.m. in the morning.
Why don't you go back to the chief's office and play canasta? If I tell you what I was doing in your place at 3 o'clock in the morning, you'll shoot me. Well, you make a very nice couple, and I'm sure a policeman's lot will be a very happy one for both of you, Beverly. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $1,000. But before we start, I want you to listen to Fenneman. He has something particularly interesting to say.
Friends, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer knows that the best way to keep you as his customer is to treat you fairly and squarely every time. And as car owners from coast to coast know, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer also handles 2 really great cars. The brilliant DeSoto and the beautiful Plymouth. The new DeSoto is a smooth-riding beauty and so economical to operate. It steers with a touch as light as a feather. DeSoto is a safe car to operate, too. No car in America has bigger brakes. And, of course, DeSoto is the car that lets you drive without shifting. So, for comfort and reliability, for economy and safety, you can't beat the performance of the magnificent DeSoto. Be sure to drive a DeSoto before you decide on any car. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Look for those two great names linked together, DeSoto, Plymouth.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
That clear? Okay. Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected comic strip artists. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
10? What comic strip about an Irish couple does George McManus draw?
Jiggs.
Maggie and Jiggs is right.
And you're on your way. You have $30.
All right, remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, you've got $30. How much of the 30 will you try?
20.
20. What comic strip about a young family does Chick Young draw?
Dagwood.
Blondie, that's right. Blondie.
They're climbing now. They have $50.
I always thought Dagwood was a sandwich. Now, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50?
40.
40. All right. What cartoon does Ham Fisher draw?
Grumps? Gumps?
No. Decide on an answer between them.
Ham Fisher.
The couple.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's Joe Palooka. You should have known that. It's been on for a long time.
And they've dropped to $10.
Well, you're down to $10. Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 10 will you try?
10.
I'll go try it.
Shoot it all? Okay. What strip about a detective does Chester Gould draw?
Dick Tracy?
Dick Tracy is right. And the $100 $20. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Now, don't go too far away, you two, because you still may get a chance at the big question. Thanks again.
Thanks for showing up. The others may win nothing.
Groucho, our next couple has been off stage, so they don't know the secret word is tree. Okay, fellas, you can bring them in now, please. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a furniture salesman and a housewife. And here they come now. The housewife is Marie Adams, the furniture salesman, Mr. S.W. Lachaz. Folks, come on over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, and if you say the secret word... If you say the secret word, you'll split $100 between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. Marie Adams, is that right?
Yes.
That's a very historical name. Are you related to John Adams? Or
no,
Quincy
I sure wish I
Adams
were.
Express Company or Frank Adams or anybody named Adams?
No.
Must be related to somebody. Mrs. Adams, you're the furniture salesman?
No, I'm the housewife. Just the housewife.
And Mr. Lachaz is the furniture salesman, is that right? You can understand my mistake. You're the one that looks upholstered, and I didn't... Where are you from, Marie?
Well, I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
You're a Svenska?
I'm Norwegian, jeg kan snakke norsk.
Well, you can as far as I'm concerned. Well, where are you from, Mr. Lachaz?
Oh, I'm from Sloan's.
Sloan's? Is that in California?
Oh, that's in Beverly Hills.
Oh, then you're really from Beverly Hills, is that right?
Well, no, I'm from St. Louis, but I work in Beverly Hills.
Oh, that's a long way to drive to work in the morning. Well, I suppose you know best. Now, I'm not going to stand here and argue with a furniture salesman. He's liable to slap me with his Chippendale. Huh? Now, as a furniture salesman, what do you do exactly?
Exactly?
Yeah, well, precisely.
Well,
this fellow's a stickler.
I sell furniture.
Now, suppose I stroll innocently into your furniture store. What are you going to sell me?
Well, what do you got in your mind?
It wouldn't interest you. You're a furniture salesman. Let's say I'm interested in furnishing my home. Now, what are you going to sell me?
Well, dark wood or blonde?
You're kidding, aren't you? What have you got in the way of a blonde? And don't tell me the floor walker.
Well, French Provincial is blonde.
Okay, tell me some more about this French blonde. What does she look like?
Well, light blonde, thin legs, and...
Well, okay, send her over, but you'll have to fatten up those legs, huh? What sort of work does your husband do, Marie?
Well, he's a cabinet maker.
A cabinet maker? Well, so is Truman, but what does he do? How did you meet your husband? Did he nail you to the wall or something?
Oh, I met him over in Honolulu.
You met him in Honolulu?
Yes, sir.
What was he doing over there?
Well, I had an opportunity to go over there in the year 1924. So they had an ad in the paper, an inexperienced girl to work in a Chinese laundry.
Well, how does a Chinese laundry differ from any other kind? I mean, you just take out chop suey stains?
No. So I went over there and they hired me. And so they put me on the switchboard. And then beside me was
You stay there all night? Huh?
I stayed there for 2 months.
On the switchboard?
Yes, sir, for 2 months. Stayed on the switchboard.
Well, you were just plugging along there, huh? And what happened, huh?
Well, then a fellow phoned in about his laundry, you know, and the steamship just landed. The steamship Licky Licky. So he asked me if his laundry was ready, and I asked his name, and I said, yes, your laundry is ready. Just
Where did you do this laundry? On top of the switchboard?
On top of the switchboard. So he came in and got his laundry, and I waited on him, and he says, oh, you look like a new girl here. I said, yes, I just came today. Well, he said, how'd you like to see the sights of Honolulu? They pronounce it Honolulu over there when I was there.
Well, that's like Licky Licky, huh?
So I said I'd love to see the sights. So he took me out that evening, and all that almost finished it.
I don't know. It almost finished what? I don't understand. What was going on that was about to be finished here?
Well, he took me out to Chinese dinner, too, you know, and he finally took me down to the submarine. And so he wouldn't let me up.
You led a fairly active life over there.
Oh, he wouldn't let me. So he finally proposed to me, and he wouldn't let me up out of the submarine unless I promised him I'd marry him. I had to say yes.
Well, did he sing How Deep is the Ocean or anything?
Well, I wish he had. If I'd have known it, I wouldn't have gone down to the submarine.
And then what happened? He proposed to you and then you got married?
Well, I had to come back here to Los Angeles because I was working for the Suntan Leather Company. And they were waiting for me. They didn't know what happened to me over there.
I can well understand that. I don't know what happened to you right here. Well, it's a very interesting story, Marie, and I'm crazy about every word of it, huh? Now, let's see how well you two make out in the race with $1,000. You've got to work together as a team and run your $20 into more than our other couple. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The engaged couple won $20.
Here we go. Now, let's see how high I can build you $20. Now, talk loud right into the microphone. You select the tools of the trade as your category. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk?
$10.
$10.
Shout it right out, Marie. Huh?
$10.
You have a Stentor. That's 20 already. Just keep it 10. Huh? Now, who uses a stethoscope?
Well, that would be a doctor.
A doctor is right. And on the way, they have $30. You've got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
25.
He said 25.
Who are you talking to over there? I thought there was somebody in there from the Morris office. Some little gnome over there. Eh? All right, here we go. Who uses litmus paper and a beaker?
Well, that would be a chemist.
A chemist is right. Really on my way now. They have $55. You have $55, and here's your third question. Now, how much of the 55 will you try?
50.
50?
50!
Did you say 15?
50.
Oh, 50. She knows somebody in there. You can't Now, who uses a composing stick and a slug casting machine?
Well, that would be a lithographer or a printer.
A printer is right, huh? Well, really on my way now. They have $105. These are very difficult questions. I don't know any of these answers. And I'm certainly as dumb as the average man, huh? All right, here's your last chance. They got $105. Here's your last chance to beat the other couple. Now, how much are you going to try?
$100.
cute, isn't she? Marie, if I was 5 years younger, I'd marry you. I don't know whether you'd accept me yet. But...
I'm old enough to be your mother already.
That has never stopped me, Marie. Okay, here we go for the coup de grace now. Who uses a hod and a trowel?
Well, that would be a bricklayer.
A bricklayer is it?
And they wind up with a grand total of $205.
What a day, kid. You're wonderful, both of you, huh? Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Now we'll soon know who's going to get the chance of the $1,000 question, because at this point, the furniture salesman and the housewife who were just here are leading with $205. And, of course, the secret word is still tree. Okay, fellas, bring in the next contestants, please. We invited tonight some Boy Scouts and some doctors. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Richard Van Winkle, the Boy Scout, and the doctor, Morgan Lindbergh. And here they come now. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, we shake hands with the Lindbergh. Now, Richard Van Winkle, you've been asleep for 20 years, haven't you? Huh?
Not quite.
Oh. Well, hello, boys, and welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. How do you like that for a brilliant piece of persiflage, huh? Now, if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Richard, you're a Boy Skunk. No, a Boy Scout, it says. I don't read very well, huh? You're a Boy Scout, huh? Glad to see you. It's always nice to have a man in uniform on the show. Huh? And, doctor, you're a doctor, huh? Well, a little more respect here. It's nice to have you here, too. Now, how old are you, Richard?
17.
17, huh? Isn't that a little old for scouting?
You're never too old for scouting.
I think I see what you mean. Now, are you married, Doc?
No.
Don't be so defiant, huh? Haven't done much operating yet, eh? Well,
no.
Why aren't you married, Doc? Doc and Dick we got here now.
I'm waiting until I can afford it.
You mean you're going to stay single all your life?
Haven't looked at it that way.
How about you, Dickie? Are you married?
No, sir.
Can't you afford it either?
No, sir.
Why don't you just marry some rich girl who has an allowance of, say, $7 a week or so? What is your ambition after you graduate from school, if you ever do?
I'd like to go into professional scouting.
Professional scouting? No fool he, huh? Now, as a Boy Scout, has anything unusual ever happened to you, Richard?
Yes, I was giving a demonstration on safety with tin cans and how to cut them and make stoves safely. And I proceeded to cut my hand in 3 places in front of everybody.
So what happened?
So I taped them up and finished.
Finished what?
The demonstration.
These people must have been impressed to watch you. You stand there bleeding like a stuck pig. What is a stuck pig, by the way? I never did understand. You know what a stuck pig is?
I don't know.
The origin, Doc? What about you?
No.
Going to make a great doctor, this fellow. Doc, where is your office? You have an office, I presume.
No, haven't got an office.
You work in the streets? Just pick up odd jobs as you walk along?
No, I'm in the county hospital.
Oh, well, that's too bad. What seems to be the trouble there?
No, I have an internship there.
You have a what?
An internship.
Where are you going, to Europe? What's an internship? Is that anything like an outgoing ship?
Internship is a year that every doctor has to spend after he gets out of school, where he practices on patients in the hospital.
Well, if you're going to practice on the people, I suppose a hospital is the best place, huh? At least they don't have to so far to go in case something happens to them. Well, that's a pretty snappy outfit you've got on there, Dickie boy. What kind of a scout are you? Are you a general?
No, I'm an eagle.
An eagle? Well, let's see you fly around the room. Would you mind shaking hands with a pigeon? I used to be an eagle, but my wings got clipped by a French blonde with skinny legs. Now, what is an eagle? What is an eagle?
That's the highest rank in scouting that you can receive after you've accomplished certain merits of citizenship and got 21 merit badges.
Dickie, that sounds like quite an honor. Congratulations. Eh? What are some of your... you say, do you do first aid, too? Is that one of your accomplishments? Wake up, Doc. He's dreaming of that stuck pig, I think. Have you got a merit badge for first aid?
No.
You haven't, huh? The Doc is pretty cute at that, isn't he? Everybody's cute up here but me, huh? You haven't got a merit badge? A big boy like you with a crew haircut, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Sorry.
Well, keep trying. There's no age limit to scouting, you know. Now, as an intern, precisely what do you do?
We work up the patient.
You mean you wake up the patient, don't you, huh? I imagine you'd be all waked up as soon as you learned an intern was working on it. Now, Doc, pretend you found me cold on the sidewalk and I'm your patient. Now, you proceed. You wake me up.
What's wrong with you?
Sounds like an old... Some doctor, that's your job. You find out what's wrong with me. Go ahead, huh?
Then,
a wise guy.
Then we'll have to give you an examination.
Well, I'd like a couple hours to bone up first. What happens after the examination?
Well, they'll give you some lab tests. Red count, white count, differential.
Gloria Swanson used to go with a white count. Many years ago. You say, what was the last one you did?
Differential.
Well, there's nothing wrong with my differential. And if there was, I'd have my DeSoto Plymouth dealer fix it. However, there's been some talk that my clutch has been slipping. Now, Doc, suppose you found me collapsed on the sidewalk. What would you do? What would you do if you found me?
I'd call a doctor.
You'd call a doctor, huh? Well, if you do, don't call Lindbergh, will you? Get me a stuck pig or a licky-licky. Doc, I've been pretty hard on you, but if you had me on your operating table, you'd fix me, I'll bet. Now, what would you do to me if I was your patient?
Well, the first thing I'd do is sterilize that mustache.
Yeah, you touch one hair of my mustache, and I'll pour glue in your stethoscope. Well, you're both good scouts, and so I now pronounce you man and boy. Now, you're going to play your bet your life. You beat our other two couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The furniture salesman and the housewife are leading with $205.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You select the names of college teams. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
$10. What is the name of the team from Stanford?
Indians.
Indians is right. And on the way, they have $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000. Now, how much of the $30 will you risk on the second one? $20. What is the name of the team from UCLA?
Bruins.
Bruins is correct.
That's right, Groucho. They now have $50.
All right, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much will you bet?
$40.
What is the name of the team from Princeton?
Tigers.
Tigers is right.
They're really on their way down. They have $90.
Okay, now here we go. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much will you bet?
30.
How much?
30.
Have you conclusively decided on that now? All right, here we go. What is the team from Michigan called?
The Wolverines.
Wolverines is correct. Very good. Nice work, Doc.
And they wind up with a grand total of $120. And that means the furniture salesman and the housewife with $205 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
How's the weather around your neck of the woods? Well, if you haven't had that car of yours made ready for the weather that's ahead, better not wait any longer. Drive in tomorrow wherever you see the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. There you'll find the mechanics who know what to do and how to do it. They can save you the worry and bother when colder weather comes. They're factory trained in the latest servicing methods. They've the best tools and equipment to work with. And they'll do their jobs as promptly and efficiently as is humanly possible. Isn't this the kind of attention you want for your car? Well, it's no farther from you than the nearest DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
The furniture salesman and the housewife all set for the big $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
Okay, now if you win this swag, you can make another trip to Honolulu and get a brand new husband, huh? Or you can go back and sit on that telephone switchboard, right? Here we go now. Here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully. And no help in the audience. Here it is. Who is the only president ever to be buried in the city of Washington? I'm sorry, it's Woodrow Wilson, who was buried in the National Cathedral. I'm sorry, that's the correct answer. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much?
$205 in the quiz, Groucho.
Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Look out for the driver who doesn't look out for you. You Bet Your Life is transcribed from Hollywood and is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as our scene opens now, and here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mrs. Victor Gook and young Mr. Rush Gook. Sade is fixing a stern eye upon her son and speaking in this wise.
What exactly did Mr. Erickson say?
He says, tell your mother I dropped by to leave these beautiful, beautiful wallpaper patterns.
How long was he here?
No time at all. Ducked right in and right out.
Wanted to avoid me.
Yes, I believe that's a fact. Because all the time he was talking, he kept looking nervously out the window.
Afraid I'd pop in before he could escape.
Yeah.
And these are the beautiful wallpaper patterns, are they?
Beautiful, beautiful wallpaper patterns.
Beulah picked them out, huh?
Yeah. Mr. Erickson said a woman's taste in such matters is better than a man's.
Oh, ain't he the slick customer? The world's most wonderful landlord.
Hey, Guy, who are you?
Devil. Hi.
I bet your mother took the early train for St. Paul, Minnesota.
Hi. What's these little tablet paper thingamadoodles pinned on the patterns?
Notes from Beulah to you.
Oh, indeed.
Greetings, friends. I hope I'm not too late for the banquet. Fact of the matter is, I was held up and robbed by two villainous road agents down the street.
Didn't bump into Mr. Erickson, did you?
Erickson? No, I didn't.
He waited till the coast was clear and both you and me away from home and then sneaked in and handed Rush a batch of wallpaper patterns.
Really?
These rotten things. Look at 'em once. Cheapest, shoddiest trash I ever seen.
That's certainly a poisonous green there on top.
Read the little note. There's a little note goes with it Beulah wrote.
Yes, his daughter Beulah picked out these samples. Tell what he said about that, Rush.
A woman's taste in such matters is better than a man's.
Isn't that a nice box of oyster crackers to take to the picnic? I'm the woman with the upstairs to be papered. I'm the woman that has to live with the wallpaper. But am I the woman to select the paper? No, sirree, sir. His daughter Beulah's the woman to do that. A woman's taste is better than a man's. All right, here's some samples of a woman's taste.
You do have a selection, kiddo.
How you mean?
Erickson didn't show up with just one wallpaper pattern. There must be a dozen or so in that pile.
Beulah winnowed out the ugly ones.
Mr. Erickson say so?
I'm quoting his exact words. Beulah winnowed out the ugly wallpaper patterns, sent over these beautiful, beautiful samples for you to make your choice from.
Sometimes I get discouraged, Vic. This constant battling with the landlord takes the heart out of a person. Never a week goes by but when he don't try some stunt or other.
Don't you generally emerge the victor in these encounters?
I'm getting worn down. The stuff he attempts to pull off keeps getting wilder and wilder.
Erickson is a scoundrel, no doubt about it.
Well, he can't do this, can he? We're the people living in the house. We got a right to select our own wallpaper, haven't we?
I imagine so.
I never heard of a landlord that done the wallpaper selecting for his renters.
After all, he owns the property, Mom.
Well, that don't hurt. We pay rent for the property.
We can move out any time we feel like it.
So which?
If we selected wallpaper Mr. Erickson didn't like and then moved out, he'd be stuck with the wallpaper.
Gosh.
Sure. Look, suppose I rented Smelly Clark's bicycle and then decided to paint it a horrible yellow. Smelly'd have a legitimate fee.
Oh, you're just arguing to hear yourself argue. Vic, there's no sense in what he's saying, is there?
I'm on foreign ground here, kiddo. I don't know just how the law reads on the matter.
We've rented houses before. We've had new wallpaper before. Do you remember any instance where our landlord insisted on picking out our wallpaper?
No.
Of course you don't. Sometime I'm just going to explode when he comes around here with his stunts.
Oh, I wouldn't let myself get upset, Sade. You know, you don't have to paper your upstairs with anything but what pleases you. Erickson's an old fathead. Let's just look upon him as an old fathead and enjoy a quiet laugh over his feeble-minded...
No, but a person gets sick of it after a while. It is kind of halfway funny the way he and I are always at each other's throats. Boy, you have to hand it to him, though. He don't quit. He stays right in there fighting every minute.
Suppose we look over these beautiful patterns.
Beautiful, beautiful patterns, God.
Say, talk about your poisonous greens. This baby on top here takes the cake.
Could you imagine living in a room with wallpaper like that?
I'm afraid I'd grow morbid and homicidal.
Read what Beulah wrote on that piece of paper she pinned to the sample, Rush.
Let's see.
Read that loud.
For those who love a rich, restful emerald color, this lovely pattern should be a perfect joy.
Oh, my.
Rich, restful emerald color, huh? If I was entertaining somebody I despised for the weekend, I'd expose him to this rich, restful emerald color. And I'd guarantee by Monday morning he'd feel vaguely ill, be affected with spots before the eyes and a tendency toward involuntary shakes and shudderings.
What's underneath the rich, restful emerald pattern, Rush?
This nice wallpaper.
Oh, my stars. Are those baboons in the design?
Gorillas, I think. These are gorillas, ain't they, Gal?
I guess so, or apes.
Apes crawling around in trees and showing their teeth.
One of your Beulah's comments?
Yeah.
A touch of whimsy for the art lover. Your guests will praise your originality and humor.
What's whimsy?
Oh, cuteness, I guess.
Uh-huh. Thanks, Beulah. What's next, Rush?
This.
Alternating pink and purple stripes.
Ish.
I'd feel like a barber pole surrounded by wallpaper like that.
Hurt your eyes if you looked at it long enough. It's beginning to hurt mine already.
What's Beulah have to say?
No Uncle tablet paper pinned to this pattern.
Well, she just plain give up. Alternating pink and purple stripes were too much for her.
There's a comment pinned to the next one.
You appreciate why Mr. Erickson had Beulah do this, don't you, Vic?
Presumably in
order that I wouldn't get a hold of a catalog of expensive wallpaper patterns and select something that'd run him into money. He took no chances. He hunted himself up the cheapest, shoddiest merchandise he could find and let his daughter do the selecting.
He is a wicked landlord.
He's the world's champion landlord.
Well, I'm backing up my argument of a minute ago about whether or not he's got a right to select your wallpaper for you. Bear in mind also, he's got to pay for the wallpaper.
Well?
As long as he has to whip out his pocketbook and slop out the money for the wallpaper, maybe he figures...
Oh, fiddly-whittle.
No, but really, it's his house and his wallpaper. Probably he figures human flesh and blood is not obliged.
You're just arguing to hear yourself argue. Let's see the next sample.
Well, speak no evil, see no evil, hear no evil.
The three little monkeys?
Yeah. One's got his hands over his eyes, one's got his hands over his ears, and one's got his hands over his mouth.
Wouldn't that be wonderful for our upstairs? Wouldn't that be wonderful for our upstairs?
What's Beulah's comment, Pitchfork?
A sweet little thought and a sweet little design combined to make this pattern a perfect darling.
You hit the nail right on the head, Beulah.
Wouldn't be such bad-looking wallpaper if the monkeys didn't look so stupid. They're out of perspective. Look, this monkey here's got a head twice as big as the monkey next to him. And over on this side, the half-wit monkey's so small you can't...
That's him. That's Erickson now. Calling up all axle grease and peach butter to inquire about the beautiful pattern.
Beautiful, beautiful pattern.
I'll talk to him, Rush.
Okay.
He'll think a cyclone broke loose. Hello? Oh, hello, lady.
Ruthie, Miss Stembottom, please.
Oh, nothing much. Had to run over on West Monroe Street on an errand that took an hour or two. Stopped in at Miss Trogel's and Heddle's both. Oh, fine. Why, not that I know of. Vic's here, just a second. Anything up your sleeve for this evening? 500?
Sure.
Invite him here.
Go ahead.
He says grand, lady. Yeah. Say, how about you people heading over in this direction? Dandy. Oh, any time. Sure, 7:30, 4 to 8, 8:15, or kind of halfway and around there, Fine. All right, Ruthie. You bet. You bet. Goodbye, lady. She's sweet. Reminds me a good deal of Mr. Erickson.
He's certainly sweet.
Oh, how sweet. Oh, how sweet. The sweetest, sweetest landlord in all the whole wide world. Let's see the next wallpaper pattern, Rush.
Purple splotches on a bright yellow background.
Oh. Look, Vic.
I'd get dizzy if he stared at that long enough.
A guy'd get downright sick.
What's Beulah have to say about it, Pillisnick?
A dainty design and a pleasing color contrast, certain to win the delighted approval of discriminating people.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Trouche, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. No man is well-dressed unless his hair is well-groomed. So take the tip. Try the way successful men in both sports and business keep their hair looking its very best. It's Vitalis and the 60-second workout. See how the Vitalis workout helps your hair, helps stimulate your scalp. See how it prevents dryness, routes loose dandruff, and helps check excessive falling hair. And see how Vitalis keeps your hair handsome and healthy looking with never a trace of a greasy patent leather shine. For there's not a single drop of mineral oil in Vitalis. So try Vitalis and the 60-second workout. You'll like it, and you'll like what it does for the looks of your hair.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you late to eat? Meet to eat. Archie the man. Right away. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Look, I just got quite a compliment. Yeah, the glass eater from the circus was in. He says our blue plate special lunch was delicious. Yeah, he left the luncheon at the plate. Well, Duffy, in his business, you know, he can't take chances with his stomach. Another thing, the inspector from Weights and Measures was in, you know, and complained about the size of our whiskey jiggers. Yeah, he said they was too small, so I tricked him. I gave him a drink of our bar rye, and then he complained the jiggers was too big. Well, look, Duffy, I'm going down to the bank to make a deposit. Well, yeah, nothing like having a little dough put aside. I quit smoking, stopped going to movies, and quit buying fancy clothes, been keeping away from dames. Yeah, for the first time, I'm really enjoying life. Yeah, so, can I have an hour off to go to the bank? I can't. Now, look, Duffy. You know, tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day, and I've been meaning to ask you, did St. Patrick chase you out of Ireland? Huh? Go soak your head.
Miss Archie, did I hear you say you was taking an hour off?
Why not? It's my turn.
How you figure?
You had an hour off last year. Besides, it's rather urgent, you know. I have an important appointment with my bank. I'm making a deposit.
How much?
$10. And you know what? $10 ain't hay.
Nowadays, it ain't even money. Which bank are you going to?
Well, that's my big problem, finding a bank that I can trust.
That's a switch. Up till now, your big problem was finding a bank that would trust you. How come you're getting so thrifty all of a sudden?
Well, I think a guy should look out for his future, you know. You never can tell when disaster is liable to strike.
Like what?
Oh, sickness, accident, marriage. Now, take you. How much do you make a week?
Including tips?
Yeah.
Nothing.
And out of that, how much do you save? Practically nothing. But I'm going to be different. No more throwing dough away, like on dames. You know, look what it cost me to go out last Saturday night.
You mean with dollar snapping?
Yeah. Joe's diner wasn't good enough for her. She has to go to one of them high-class places where there's dining and dancing.
Cost you plenty, huh?
You know how them jukeboxes eat up nickels. Another thing I'm going to cut down on is me rent. Why do I need a 6-room apartment?
How much did it cost you?
$20. $9 a month.
That much?
Well, I rented it when the apartments were scarce and I got stuck with a lease. Now, that's it. From now on, I'm going to be known as Thrifty Archie. I'm going to put a little something aside, you know. Eddie, we can all take a lesson from the squirrels, you know. All year round, they're busy storing up nuts. Hello, Finnegan.
How's things, George?
Finnegan, you see before you a new Archie.
Oh, did you get a good trade-in on the old one?
Finnegan, what I mean is I'm trying to figure out how to cut down the cost of living.
Well, that's simple.
Oh, yeah? How do I do it?
Drop dead.
I'm afraid your method is a little too roundabout.
Well, there's two sides to that question.
What do you mean?
I'm a little off-center.
You stand there, too, don't you?
Yes,
you might have gotten a
do.
laugh if I'd read the right line there, too.
That I know.
Want to try it again?
Yeah, well, there's two sides to that question.
Where do you stand?
I am a little off-center.
That I know. But take your case, for instance, Finnegan. Do you manage to save any money?
Oh, certainly. For instance, every time we weigh ourselves, me and me kid brother save a penny.
How?
We both get on the scale at the same time.
You both can. Then how can you tell what each one weighs?
Simple. We divide by 2.
And that don't make no sense. One of you has to weigh more than the other.
What's the difference, Arch? It's all in the family.
He's a little off-center. Look, after you save these pennies, what do you do with them?
Oh, I go to Coney Island and have a good time.
Yeah, and you never think of saving anything for a rainy day, though, huh?
Who wants to go to Coney Island on a rainy day?
Finnegan, I'm beginning to conclude that you don't know nothing about economics.
Well, I could have told you that.
Well, would you like me to explain the economic system to you?
Is there any way I can get out of it?
No.
Then please do.
Okay. We'll start with money.
Yeah.
Now, take the dollar, or as it is known today, the $half. Now, if you put it in a bank, they pay you 1% interest.
But how can they make money that way?
Well, if they lend it back, the inn charge you 6%. See? That is, of course, unless you're very poor. If you're poor, the bank don't charge you the 6%.
How come?
They don't lend you the money in the first place. Does that answer your question?
I think so, except for one minor point.
What's that?
What's the economic system?
I think I'm wasting my time. Look, Eddie, keep an eye on the joint while I get down to the bank, will you?
Hey, can I go along with you?
What do you want to go to the bank for?
I'd just like to stand there and drool.
Well, here we are, Eddie. The 3rd Avenue Bank and Trust Company.
Yeah. Look what it say on the window. Assets $36 million.
Little did they know that in a few minutes they'll have to add $10 to that sign. Now, leave us find the president's office.
That is right there. See that? See? J.B. McIntosh, president.
J.B. McIntosh. Think I should just call him J.B.?
Why not? He'll probably call you by your initial. You know how it is with them presidents.
Anyway, leave us go in. Mr. McIntosh?
Yes?
Sir, I am a potential depositor. Do you mind if I ask a few questions?
Not at all.
Well, nothing personal, but can you prove to me that your bank ain't crooked?
I beg your pardon?
Come, McIntosh. You know what I'm driving at. Do you maintain a fiduciary balance to offset diminishing debentures on the fiscal?
I don't understand.
What he want to know is if he put it in, do he get it out?
Thank you, Eddie. What's your answer to that one, McIntosh?
Young man, you can take your money out at any time unless you put it in our Christmas club.
Oh, what happens then?
Then the money can't be taken out till next December.
Can't, huh? Suppose there are redundant circumstances.
Sorry, but we're very strict. You see, some of our depositors are weak and spineless and haven't enough character to resist temptation.
Mr. Archer, give the man the money.
What amount did you plan to deposit, young man?
Well, I was planning something in the general neighborhood of $10.
$10?
Yes.
Oh, goody! Now we can build that annex.
Well, Finnegan, we're back from the bank.
Don't bother me, Arch. I'm busy taking care of a customer.
Oh, a customer. Good. What's he buying?
Nothing. He's selling me a watch.
Oh, let me see that. Hey, let me look at that watch. Hey, pretty good. What do you want for it, stranger?
$10.
You got a deal. Will you trust me till Christmas?
What's your offer, Bud?
Me? $2. Cash.
Brother, you bought yourself a watch. So long, fellas.
Finnegan, how can you be such a jerk, letting that guy sell you such a crummy watch? I'll bet it don't even run.
Well, if it don't, the laugh's on him.
How come?
I can't tell time.
Some people just never learn.
Hello, Arch.
Oh, hello, Joe.
Hey, nice watch you got there, Finnegan. Would you like to sell it?
Oh, maybe.
How much?
Well, I want 5, but I'll take 10.
You want 5, but you'll take 10, huh? What do you say we split the difference?
Okay, it's your deal. $3. Hey, that's pretty good, huh, Arch? I paid 2 and I get 3.
Yeah, Joe, what are you going to do with the watch?
Give it to my girl.
A cheap watch like that?
Arch, it's not the watch, it's the sentiment. Besides, a watch like that on my girl's wrist will get everyone to notice her hands.
You can say that again.
Well, naturally, Arch. After all, she has lovely hands. Trouché, you know.
I know.
And there's nothing like Trouchet to care for hands, because Trouchet is the before hand lotion. Something really different in hand lotions. You can use it before you get to work, before you do dishes, before you put your hands in water. And Trouchet is so effective that it will guard your hands even in that hot, soapy water. But you can also use Trouchet as you use ordinary hand lotions, anytime your hands need a creamy, softening lotion. So get Trouchet and get an all-around hand lotion that gives you beforehand protection, something no ordinary lotion gives you. Get Trouchet, the beforehand lotion, and get softer, lovelier hands.
Hey, Art.
Yeah?
If you buy a watch for $2 and you sell it for $3, how much do you make?
50%.
How much do they pay you in the bank?
1%.
Gee, Arch, I wish I had your brains.
Don't be sarcastic. At least in the bank, I know the money is safe. That is, I think it is. Eddie.
Yeah?
I'm just thinking, when we was down to the bank, did you notice that cashier?
What about it?
You notice he always kept his hat on? And that president, that McIntosh, I wonder. Give me that phone. Hello? Third Avenue Bank and Trust Company? Look, would you kindly peek into Mr. McIntosh's office and see if he's still there? He is? Okay, thank you. Well, that's that.
Hey, Miss Archie, ain't that Max the bookie over there?
Max the bookie?
The guy from the racetrack?
Oh, yeah. I wonder if he's heard I got money.
Arch, Sweet Sue in the third race.
He heard.
Look, Max, I quit betting the horses. I don't want no more of them phony tips.
Phony?
You heard me. That last horse you give me. When a race starts, he has to run in the wrong direction. Then when he gets halfway around the track, he faints.
Well, it was the shock, Arch. It was the first time he'd ever seen other horses face to face.
Oh, yeah? Well, what about that other short thing? The one where you told me the jockey was your own brother. The horse was full of Benzedrine. The judges was all fixed. How come I lost on that one?
Well, Arch, can I help it if somebody pulls something crooked?
Look, Max, you're wasting your time. I'm through betting on horses. I got me money safely tucked away in the bank.
You put it in the bank?
Yeah.
What odds did they give you?
They didn't give me no odds.
You mean they only give you even money? What is the world coming to?
Look, Max, get out of here, will you? You're wasting your time.
Okay. Maybe some of your pals would like to make a few bucks, huh? How about you, Bud?
Not me. Last horse I bet on, he came in so late at night he had to tiptoe into the stable.
Well, okay, gents. Just remember what I told you. Sweet Sue in the third.
Are you kidding, Sweet Sue? He couldn't run his way out of a paper bag.
Well, then what about Blue Boy in the fourth?
Blue Boy, strictly a nag.
Okay. How about this one in the sixth? A horse called Money in the Bank.
Max, I'm not gonna... Money in the bank.
Arch, it might be a hunch.
Yeah, Max, are you sure this is a good tip?
Well, I figured it out according to my system.
What system?
Well, don't you remember? Who gave you Valdina Mall in the Gold Cup?
You did.
And who gave you Speed King in the Preakness?
You did.
Who gave you Lady Luck in the Kentucky Derby?
You did, but so what? All them horses lost.
Well, Arch, no system is perfect.
Hey, look, this horse that's Money in the Bank.
Yeah?
What's the odds on him?
4-1. And, brother, you can put your shirt right on his nose.
Won't that interfere with his breathing?
Wait a minute, Max.
Huh?
You're a bookie. If this horse is such a hot tip, how come you're willing to bet against yourself?
I'm the friendly type. You see, you guys are all pals of mine. I'd like to make you happy.
Well, that's good enough for me. I'll bet $3 on him.
Okay, you want to bet him to win?
What do you think, to lose?
Finnegan, you're making a big mistake, I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah? Like I did with the watch, huh?
Okay. Play, Gypsy. Dance while you may. turn the radio on, Eddie, and leave us see what happens.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And now the horses are rounding the first turn. It's Skyrocket out in front, followed by Sea Breeze, Lady Pilot, and Money in the Bank.
Come on, Money in the Bank.
As J.P. Bonham says, there's one born every minute.
Now they're in the straightaway. It's Skyrocket, Sea Breeze, and Money in the Bank, moving up into third position.
To quote Benjamin Franklin, a penny saved is a penny earned.
Come on, Money in the Bank.
And now it's neck and neck, Skyrocket and Money in the Bank.
Benjamin Franklin felt that a modest return on a modest investment was always necessary.
And here comes Money in the Bank. It's Money in the Bank by one length.
Benjamin Franklin...
And now it's Money in the Bank by 2 lengths.
Attaboy, Money in the Bank.
Benjamin Franklin...
And Money in the Bank is the winner.
Oh, boy, the winner.
Yeah, and 4-1. Did you hear that, Mr. Archie?
That stinking Benjamin Franklin.
Look, I think I'll call up my mother and tell her the good news.
You're going to spend a nickel to call your mother?
Oh, I made $12.
See? Easy come, easy go. These horse players is all alike. Go ahead, throw away your nickel.
No answer.
Someday you'll listen to your old Uncle Archie.
I guess I better hang up. Hey, look! Look, a hat full of nickels. Oh, boy.
What was you saying, old Uncle Archie?
Okay, scoff me, but I still say me money's gonna stay in the bank.
Archie, bonsoir, mon chéri.
Well, Rennie, ain't seen you in a long time.
Did you miss me, Archie?
Yeah, now that I see you, I realize how much of you I've missed. You lost a little weight, didn't you?
Yes, I've been taking reducing pills.
Reducing pills, huh? Wonderful how them little pills know just what to leave alone. Look, Rennie, ain't this kind of a surprise visit, though?
Well, I was thinking about you, and I felt a little lonesome.
Oh, I thought maybe you heard I got money in the bank.
You have money in the bank?
Yes, in a Christmas fund.
Oh.
Yes, you see, a friend of mine, Mr. McIntosh, the president of the bank, Mr. McIntosh says I gotta keep it there.
You mean you can't take the money out till Christmas?
Well, Mr. McIntosh says
Archie, why wait till December when it could be Christmas tonight?
Rennie, you mean...
Yes, we could dance together, and you could hold me real close in your arms.
But Mr. McIntosh says the bank has a rule that...
Then later on in the evening, we could go someplace where we could be all alone. Just the two of us.
Hello, McIntosh. Merry Christmas. Look, McIntosh, this is Archie. I got me my... Hello? I think I'd better go down there in person. Rennie, please, wait here, though, in the meantime, will you? And don't lose the mood.
But, Mr. Archie, would Benjamin Franklin approve of you spending your money this way?
Eddie, Benjamin Franklin was a much older man than I am.
Archie, the answer is no.
But, Mr. McIntosh, you're a banker. You got a heart, ain't you?
Who, me?
Look, Mr. McIntosh, I'd like you to meet me brother.
Hello. This is your brother?
Well, things is tough all over. That's why I need the money, sir. You see, me brother here has to have a delicate brain operation.
A brain operation?
Yes, they've got to remove it. Yeah, the doctor says it's cluttering up his thoughts. And it ain't only the operation, Mr. McIntosh. He's got other troubles. His wife just come back from Chicago with a little bundle in her arms.
Yeah. Poor dame's got to do her own laundry.
You had enough, McIntosh?
Archie, the answer is no.
Mr. McIntosh, take another look at me brother here. How would you like me to go around telling people he's a director of this bank?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I know when I'm licked. Here's the $10.
Well, Rennie, looks like we're all set.
You had the money?
Yep. Now, where do we start tonight? You name it, honey.
Nah, you name it.
Nah, you name it.
The Stock Club.
Okay, I'll name it. Look, why don't we just go to Joe's Diner?
Joe's Diner? But Archie, it's so cold there. I think I'd be much warmer at the Stock Club.
Excuse me a minute. Eddie, the dame wants to go to the Stock Club.
So what?
I only got $10. I got to get some more money.
Arch, stumblebum in the 7th.
Max, are you still here?
Archie.
Just a minute, Rennie. Max, this stumblebum, is it a good horse?
Arch, I would bet him if he was running against my own mother.
Yeah? Okay, here's the $10. Put it on his nose. Eddie, look in the racing form and see what it says about the 7th race.
7th race. Let me see. It says, Fire Away should win easily.
Mm-hmm.
Paperboy will be right there at the finish.
Mm-hmm.
Buzz Bomb, the one to beat.
Mm-hmm.
Fred Biscuit has won 4 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Stumblebum,
Yes?
very fond of apples.
Is that all?
No, say here, in his last race, Stumblebum finished in the money.
Finished in the money, huh?
Yeah, he jumped the rail and crashed into the $2 window.
Just a minute, Rennie. I got a horse running in the next race. I got to listen to it on the radio.
Yes, folks, it's the 7th race, and the horses are at the starting gate. All except Stumblebum. He's having a hard time getting there. The walk from the paddock seems to have tired him out.
Max, I think I should have bet on your mother.
Well, now the horses are all lined up. Stumblebum is leaning against the starting gate.
He's leaning?
Well, he's saving his energy.
Oh.
There's quite a crowd out here at the track today, and... Wait a minute. What's that? There must be a storm coming up. Sounds like thunder. No, I'm wrong. It's just Stumblebum snoring. Stumblebum seems to be having a little trouble with his legs. He's down on one knee.
Max.
Well, you see, he's just going into a crouch for a good start.
Oh.
Well, we're all ready to go, folks. And they're off. It's Fly Away, Paperboy, Buzz Bomb, Bread Basket, and Stumblebum is coming up fast.
You hear that? He's coming up fast.
Yes, sir. Stumblebum gets up off his knees and breaks into a fast jump.
He's a slow starter.
Oh.
And now at the quarter pole, it's Fly Away, Paperboy, Buzz Bomb, and Bread Basket. And Stumblebum is bringing up the rear.
I had to bet him on his nose. Stumblebum, get going, will you?
Coming into the far turn, it's still Fly Away, Paperboy, Buzz Bomb, and Bread Basket.
Stumblebum, where are you?
Probably stopped to ask directions.
And now as they cross the finish line, it's Fly Away, and then Paperboy, and Buzz Bomb, and Bread Basket. What a race this was, folks. A lovely day and a record attendance. And for you folks who are leaving the track and driving home, the officials ask you to please drive carefully. And Stumblebum! And now a word about tomorrow's races.
Archie,
Yeah?
what about our dinner date?
Well, Ronnie, as I told you, I was going to take you to the Stock Club and have champagne and caviar and crepe Suzettes and quail.
And Stumblebum.
Eddie, please. But unfortunately, I'm broke. So how about a little dinner here at the tavern, huh?
Archie, I just remembered. I have another appointment.
Wait a minute, honey. Just a minute. I'll get the dough. Finnegan, look, you still got the $12 you won?
Yeah?
You still got the hat full of nickels?
Well, sure.
Well, let me have it, quick.
Well, what do you need it for? You got money in the bank.
Oh, Monsieur Finnegan.
Yeah?
How would you like to take me to the stock club?
Can we get by on $12?
I think so. Good night, Archie.
Sleep tight.
That Finnegan, what a jerk. You see, Eddie? That's the way it is with them horse players. Once a sucker, always a sucker.
Men, the quickest way to discover something better is to try it. That's why I want you to try Benex Brushless Shave Cream. Benex is the new wonder shave with a sensational beard softening formula that has brought better shaving to thousands of men.
Benex Brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain either.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a trial tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, B-E-N-E-X, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex Brushless. Or try it free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer limited.
It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Trouchet, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is radio's Mr. District Attorney, friends, inviting you to hear one of the most human and gripping stories we've ever presented. It's the case of Send the Homeless on Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately on NBC.
It starts with D and ends with T. That's Dress, Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle, 2,000 years newer than soap. Dress brings you The Life of Riley. Dress, D-R-E-S-T, Dress, America's largest selling brand for washing silks, nylons, woolens, dishes, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Chester A. Riley prides himself on being not only a model father, but also a model son, a fact which is recognized by his neighbors in the community. Right now, our model son is talking to Mr. Hobart Morris, one of the leading lights of the Neighborhood Community Council.
Oh, come, Riley. We won't take no for an answer. When Jim Gillis nominated you, the council agreed unanimously that you were the logical choice for our Mother's Day celebration.
Thanks, Hobart, but I ain't worthy of the honor.
Nonsense. In appointing you and your sweet old mother the typical American mother and son, our committee felt that...
Hobart, I really ain't worthy of such an honor.
Oh, you're much too modest. Now, the ceremonies will take place in Roosevelt Park. You make a brief address in tribute to all mothers after which...
Oh, believe me, I don't deserve such an honor. Honest.
Well, if that's your final word, I guess we'll just have to...
You couldn't have picked a better man. I accept.
That's the spirit, Riley. And I'm sure you'll make a bang-up speech.
Well, I ain't no speech maker, Hope, but I'll just say what I feel about mothers. For instance, did you ever stop to think what it would be like if there were no mothers in this world? What would happen to all the babies that are born?
Well, I wouldn't quite approach it from that angle.
Oh, well, maybe you're right, then. It's a little too deep for the masses. I know what. I'll tell him how in our family the boys were brought up to respect their mothers.
That's right. And give your own son, Junior, as an example.
Oh, my Junior's crazy about his mother. He worships her. Why, anything his mother wants, I can force him to do.
Fine. Well, here's your house, Riley. Gillis and I'll get in touch with you before Sunday about the details.
Oh, wait, Hobart. Come on in. Say hello to the family.
Well, it's late.
Oh, come on. I like to show off the kind of brood I'm breeding.
Well, just for a minute.
Good.
You have a musician in the family.
That's my Junior. That kid's crawling with talent. I don't like to brag, Hope, but give him another 10, 15 years and he'll be a child prodigy. Hey, Junior.
Oh, hiya, Pop. Hello, Mr. Moore.
Hello there, Junior. Don't stop playing.
Yeah, go on, son. What were you playing?
Oh, it's just a song I wrote. My club's putting on a gay 90s show.
Well, what do you know? My own boy, a songwriter.
Well, let's hear it, Junior.
Well, it's called Dear Old Mother.
Dear Old Mother. Did I tell you, Hope? Did I bring him up right? Huh?
Yeah, well, this song
Sing
is...
it, son. Sing it.
Yeah, okay. Always help your dear old mother.
Oh, beautiful.
Always treat her kind and good.
Like I taught him, Hope.
You must always hold the lantern while your mother's chopping wood.
Junior. What kind of a song is that to be singing about your mother?
Well, it's just a comedy song. Well, listen to the second verse.
No.
Don't forget your dear old mother.
Well, that's it.
She's so delicate and frail.
That's more like it, Hope.
Fine.
She's thinking of you always while she's serving time in jail.
I'd better run along, Riley.
Now, wait, Hope. He don't mean that. Junior, I'm shocked. I'm speechless. It's bad enough you're making fun of your mother, but you're also dragging in my wife.
But, Pop, it's a gag. It's just in fun.
Fun? I don't see any fun in my wife going to jail. I suppose you'll cook for me, huh?
Well, I don't think the boy meant any disrespect, Riley.
You got to pick him up on things like this, Hope. Now, listen, son, you want to write a song about mother? Okay, but have a little respect. Now, if I was writing a song about... Hey, that gives me an idea, Hope. I'm going to write a song for the park ceremony.
Well, can you write songs?
Can I write songs? I'll write a song about mother, and when I sing it, you'll go crazy.
Oh, you sing, too.
Oh, sure. Everybody says I got a great voice. Why, when I open my mouth, Lawrence Melchior comes out.
Well, we'll discuss the idea with the committee. Now I'd better...
Hello, Mr. Morris.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Riley.
Riley, I didn't hear you come in. Mother Riley, Chester's home. I'll be in as soon as I get these donuts off the stove.
Oh, boy, is my mother making some of her donuts? Wait till you taste them, Hope. They're terrific. I remember when I was a kid, I just couldn't get enough of them. Boy, they were supper.
Not supper, Pop. Super.
Junior, we was very poor, and many's the time they were supper.
You're just in time, Chester. Oh, good evening, Mr. Morris.
Hello, Mrs. Riley.
I just made a fresh batch of donuts. Help yourself.
Oh, boy, I could eat 10 dozen of them. Go on, Hope, dig in.
Well, thanks. They look delicious.
Oh, they're wonderful. Mom, when I make that speech on Mother's Day, I'm going to talk about your donuts.
Speech? What speech, Riley?
Oh, that's right. I forgot to tell you. Mom and me were picked to be... Well, I'll tell you later. First, I got to eat some more donuts. Hope's one ahead of me already.
They're very tasty indeed.
Thank you.
I'm always telling Mom if I put her donuts on the market, I'd make a fortune and quit work. Gee, I wish you'd make them more often, Mom.
Why, I'll make another big batch right now.
I can eat them faster than she can make them. Junior, put back that donut you just took.
Oh, but Pop, I only took one. You've got a whole dozen.
I know, but I don't want to break the set. Delicious, ain't they, Junior? This batch is even better than the first one.
Yeah, but I'm finished. 3's my limit.
3? Well, I've only had 2 dozen, and I ain't even scratched my surface. Oh, gee, they're good.
Hey, Pop, you're choking.
Oh, thanks, Junior. For a minute, I thought I'd have to do all the rest of my breathing through the hole in that donut.
what's the matter, Pop? You stopped eating.
Well, just between us, Junior, this here last batch don't chew as easy as the first two batches.
Well, take another swig of coffee to wash that last one down, Pop.
I've had so much coffee now, every time I swallow a donut, I can hear the splash.
Well, maybe Grandma won't mind if we don't eat them all.
Oh, yes, she will. Her feelings will get hurt. Your grandma gets very touchy when her family don't appreciate her cooking. We got to force them more.
Oh, gee, Pop, have a heart.
I know, but... grab a donut. Make like we're still eating them. Go ahead.
Have you finished those donuts yet? Were they light enough, dear?
Light ain't the word. I mean, they're wonderful, Mom.
Well, yeah, we were just saying it's too bad they're all gone.
Quiet, Junior.
Well, now, don't you worry. I'm making you 6 dozen more right now. And tomorrow I'll make you a big batch.
Oh, you mustn't. Forget it.
What?
I said, oh, you mustn't forget it.
Gee, Pop, what are we going to do? If we don't eat them, we'll hurt Grandma's feelings.
Yeah, but what about my feelings? Look, Junior, it's a sin to throw away food, but we got to get rid of them somehow. So tomorrow you take some to school and give them away, and I'll get rid of some at the plant.
Okay, that's a good idea. That way we'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
You said it. But if we eat them, these stones will kill 2 birds.
Donuts. Get your fresh donuts here.
Hello there.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gillis. Hey, you want some donuts? I'm selling them 2 for $5.
Selling them, huh? Say, where's your old man? I saw him at lunch handing out free donuts. Then he disappeared.
Pop's home in bed.
In bed during daylight? What's wrong with him?
Well, he's just resting. He doesn't want me talking about it. Will you buy some donuts, Mr. Gillis? Pop won't like it if I bring any home.
Oh, he's in on this deal, huh? Tell me, Junior, is there much profit in donuts?
Oh, it's all profit. Grandma makes them free for us. She's standing at that stove night and day.
Oh, very interesting. Honest, Mr. Morris, I seen it with my own naked eyes. Riley's got his kid peddling donuts, and he says Riley will beat him unless he sells out.
Are you certain about this, Gillis?
Positive. No wonder Riley was going around the plant handing out free samples. He's trying to make us all addicts.
But, Gillis, why should Riley do this?
So he can loaf home in bed, that's why. While his poor old mother and kids are waiting for him.
I just can't believe that Riley would stoop. Why, only yesterday I was at his house and he... By George, you're right, Gillis. I remember now I distinctly heard him say if he could put his mother's donuts on the market, he'd quit work.
And this is the guy we picked to be the typical son on Mother's Day. When I think of his poor old gray-haired mama, slaving like that, I...
Easy, Gillis. I'll call a council meeting right away and you get right over here.
Okay. I'll drive over just as soon as my mother gets finished washing my car.
Now, Riley.
Yeah, thanks. Tomorrow I'll be back at work. I wish I could say the same for my stomach.
Well, now tell me exactly what happened, dear.
So last I remember, I gave Gillis some of them donuts, and I was watching him eat them.
And you passed out?
Not right away. First I seen big spots in front of my eyes. And all the spots had holes in them. Then I passed out. Please, something, can't you stop my mother from making any more donuts?
Well, I can't. You'd think I was jealous of her baking.
Yeah, I could stop her, but who wants to handcuff his own mother?
Oh, Chester, darling. Come in, Mother Riley. Oh, don't you feel well, son?
Oh, don't worry about me, Ma. Sit down a minute. We'll chew the fat. We'll talk.
Oh, poor boy, you look pale. I'll get you hungry. I'll go get you...
No, please. Mom, you're on a vacation. Forget about cooking while you're here. Live and let live.
But I love to cook for you, Jester.
I know, sweetheart. You're the best mother in the world. That's why the committee picked you for tomorrow's celebration.
You know, I still can't believe they picked nobody like me. After all, I'm no better than all the other mothers.
Oh, yes, you are. You're different. That's why you had me for a son. Now, promise me you won't make me any more donuts.
I was thinking of your old mother. Well, all right, darling. I promise not to make you any more until you say the word.
Oh, thanks, Mom. And if I say the word, ignore it. Hello?
Riley, this is Hobart Morris.
Sir?
We want you to come to a meeting of the Mother's Day Committee right away.
Now?
Yes, it's important.
But I'm in bed.
I know, but you'd better be down here. We'll wait for you.
Well, what's the rush, Hope? Some kind of emergency?
What would you call it when a member of the Mother's Day Committee starts kicking his poor old mother around? And
What?
sending his...
Don't say any more, Hope. I'll be there. I gotta go out. Where's my hat? Oh, here it is. Goodbye.
Dear, you'd better take off those pajamas first.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Chester, you're not well enough to go out.
I gotta go, Mom. A terrible situation. Some weasel on the committee's been mean to his poor old mother.
Oh, what an outrage. What are they going to do to him, Chester?
Don't worry. They'll do plenty to that snake. And to show you what the committee thinks of me, they won't start till I get there.
Draft will bring you the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment. Meantime, this is Ken Carpenter. Say, folks all over the country, from the Rileys here in California to the Joneses in Maine, are joining the March to Dress.
Dress your dishes and oh how they shine. Shine without wiping in half of the time and look bright. Right. So don't you get left, get dressed.
Yes, Dress gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. Dress Procter & Gamble sudsing miracle gives even your nicest glassware that company sparkle, towel or no towel. Now that's the miracle of Dress. For all soaps leave cloudy streaks on dishes, Dress suds rinse clean and clear. Dishes sparkle like jewels. And you'll be delighted the way Dress gets rid of dishpan grease. It seems to vanish like magic. Dress kind of hands, too. Dress contains no harsh alkali that can redden hands. So, ladies, first thing Monday, ask for Dress. It's backed by the Procter & Gamble name on every package. Sure, don't get left. Get Dress. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Right now, Riley, blissfully unaware that he's on the spot, is hurrying to an emergency meeting at Hobart Morris's house, where a stony-faced Mother's Day committee grimly awaits his arrival.
That's him, Mr. Morris.
All right. Let him in, Gillis.
Okay. Hiya, Gillis, old pal. Hiya, Hope. Hiya, fellas. Well, where's this beast who's been shoving his poor old mother around? Point him out to me. I'll tell him a thing or two, and then I'll throw him out bodily. What a monster. A member of the Mother's Day Committee. Who is he, fellas? Tell me his name. Don't shield him. Who's the skunk? Who's the skunk? Who's... What's the matter, fellas? Why are you looking at me like that? Don't look at me like that, fellas. You know me. Riley. Riley. Everybody's pal. I didn't do it. I didn't do it, fellas. I tell you, I didn't. You can't believe me. You believe me, don't you, Hope? Tommy, Bill, Gillis, stop flipping that coin in the air. I didn't do it. I tell you, I didn't do it. What did I do?
You know what you've done. Forcing your poor, weak old mother to bake donuts so you can sell them for a profit. Why, it's child labor.
No, I never did a thing like that, honestly.
We have the evidence, Riley. It's one of the most shocking and reprehensible acts I have ever heard of.
On Mother's Day, yet. We wanted to tell you to your face what we're going to say behind your back. Now, get out.
Yes, out.
No, wait, fellas. I'm innocent. I never been mean to my mother in my life. Not only I ain't making my mother beg for me, I even made her promise she wouldn't. Honest.
Hey, likely story.
Fellas, please be fair. Listen, send a committee over to my house. Ask my mother. Search the house. And if you find a single donut there, I'll eat it.
There's the kitchen all Friday. Now, let's go see that movie, Mother Riley.
I'm ready, Pig dear. Hey, Mom, I smell more donuts. Oh, Grandma, you promised Pop.
Now, Grandma didn't make these for your father. She's donating them to the Ladies' Aid. We're going to have a refreshment booth at the Mother's Day celebration, and I'll sell them for charity.
Oh, well, gee, sure made a heap of them, Grandma.
Not so many. Only 40 dozen.
Okay, fellas, now I'll show you there's no donuts in this house. I'll prove I'm innocent.
I detect an odor. Hope, do you detect an odor?
You're right, Gillis. I definitely smell something.
Honest, fellas, that's me. I got a donut-y smell in my clothes. Now, just take a look in that kitchen there, and you'll see for yourself. There, you see how wrong... Wrong house.
Get away from that door, Riley.
No, wait, Gillis.
Look at them donuts, Molly. Millions of them.
Pile to the roof.
It can't be. Some of the family must have moved in while I was out. I swear,
Hello, Pa. Hiya, Mr. Morris.
Junior, what are all these donuts doing here?
Well, Grandma made them, and Mom's going to sell them.
Now he's got his wife waiting for him.
Wait, fellas, listen.
That's all right, you're through. Come on, Gillis. Let's get out of this factory.
But wait. What a revolting development this is.
Riley, you're innocent. You've got to go to the park. Oh, come on, they'll be starting soon.
I told you I ain't going. My head is made up.
You're so stubborn.
He's the stubbornest thing I ever saw, Pig. Even when he was a baby, he kept sucking his thumb and just wouldn't take it out of his mouth. He was 14 years old before I was sure he had 5 fingers.
Now, listen, Riley.
That's no use, Peg. Now, please, leave me alone. I'm going for a walk.
Riley, wait.
I won't go. They can't make me. No one can make me go to a place where I don't want to go.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
Who's that?
It is I, B. Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, Digger, I didn't hear you walking behind me.
Most people don't. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Well, I don't feel fine, Digger. Everybody hates me. I'm a sociable outcast.
Oh, nonsense. I heard the community council selected you as the typical son.
Yeah, but now they've changed it to the typical bum. They threw me out.
Oh, I know how you feel. I was once kicked out of the UEPGC.
UEPGC?
Yes, the Undertakers, Embalmers, and Pallbearers Glee Club. Each year we gave a concert.
Did you have a big audience?
Oh, yes, indeed. We packed the people in. I sang tenor.
I didn't know you were a singer, Digger.
I was known as Odell, the Merry Meadowlark. Meadowlark.
You were good, huh?
Good. I have a news clipping at home about my last appearance. It says, quote, when Digby Odell sang, people were carried away. I'd still be in the Glee Club if I hadn't sung a song that my colleagues considered inappropriate.
What song was that?
I love life and I want to live. Come, Riley. Cheer up.
Ah, but they're so unfair. They said I made my mother go to work so I could loaf. And they won't believe me no matter what I say. Did you ever talk to people who just won't budge?
I never talk while I work.
They'd only listen to me.
Make them listen. Go to the park. Demand a hearing. Don't be like most of the people I come in contact with. Stand up.
You're right, Digger. I'll go there now and clear myself.
Bravo. Remember, we're living in a democracy. Every man is entitled to freedom of speech. Every man is entitled to a fair trial. Every man is entitled to a place on this earth. Oops, that reminds me I have an appointment. Cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Everybody's turned out. Chester, do you see Mr. Morris anywhere?
No, I...
There he is on a platform. Now, go on up to him, Riley.
Now, wait.
Make him go, Mother Riley. Go on, sweetheart, or I'll let you have one in the snoot.
Well, I can't now. Morris is going to make a speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in the program, we were to hear a Mother's Day tribute delivered by a certain individual who will not appear on this platform today. But I'd like to tell you something about this man. He is...
I am not! Let me up there. Let me up on that platform. I got something to say.
Get off this platform, Riley, or I'll have you arrested.
But I just... Mom!
Let me talk. Let my voice talk.
Oh, very well, Riley.
Listen, folks. The committee's going around saying I was mean to my mother. Believe me, it ain't true. Why, I love my mother. I not only love my mother, but I love all mothers. Not only the ones who are old and gray, but also the ones who are young and beautiful. I mean, I love all mothers. Honest, I'm telling the truth. I'll prove it to you. I wrote a song about my mother. Just listen to this song and ask yourself if the man who wrote this song could be mean to his mother. Hand me a piano.
Now, just a minute, Riley. This has gone far enough. Go on, sing. They deserve it.
Mother, dear old mother, you've been just like a father to me. Whenever you spanked me, you gave me a chance to slip a geography book in my pants. Mother, dear old mother, you're the peach on our family tree. When I was first born, I was homely and red. But you didn't blame me. You blamed Papa instead. Mother, you've been a brother to me.
Well, Riley, I'm afraid I owe you an apology.
That song of mine convinced you, huh, Hope?
Well, not exactly. While you were singing, your mother here explained everything.
Oh.
Yes, Jester. Now calm down. Everything's safe.
Oh, gee, I'm so happy. Give me a kiss, Mom.
You big baby. Oh, Chester, darling, this is the proudest day of my life because you're my son.
Thanks, Mom. But if it was up to me, I'd like to see you twice as happy. Gee, I wish I'd been born twins.
Rallies, we'll be back in a moment. But first, a word about the world's finest care for nice washables. Yes, I mean dress. Dress your sheer nylons after every wearing, and they'll look lovelier and wear longer. Dress your woolens, too. Dress washes new woolens softer and fluffier than even expensive soap flakes. And with Dress, pretty lingerie colors stay bright and sparkling far longer than with any soap. You see, Dress leaves no dulling soap film in fabrics the way all soaps do. Dress suds rinse clear. Yes, Dress gives you brighter, fresher, safer cleaning than any previous suds in history. No wonder Dress is America's largest selling brand for fine washables and dishes. Get dressed in a bright green package. Don't get less. Get dressed.
Honest, Jester, I'll never forget this Mother's Day.
Neither will I, Mom.
And this necklace you gave me. It's so beautiful.
Happy Mother's Day, Mom.
Ah, thanks, darling. But it must have cost you a fortune. Where did you get the money?
I sold our kitchen stove.
But Procter & Gamble, makers of Dress, the Sudsing Miracle for soaps, nylons, woolens, dishes, invites you to be their guests. Next week, you hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker and is directed by John Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. The script by Alan Lipscott and Reuben Schiff. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Bigger Odell is John Brown. Junior is Tommy Cook. Morris is Gail Gordon. And Riley's mother is Jane Morgan. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to listen again next week to The Life of Riley. And reminding you, for faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any previous suds in history, use Dress. Don't get less. Get Dress. You're radiant tonight.
There's radiance in my hair.
Why is the radiance there? Prell, P-R-E-L-L. Procter & Gamble's new Emerald Clear Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Brand new, amazing. Prell reveals a glamorous, radiant beauty no soap or soap shampoo can match. And Prell leaves hair so easy to manage, so soft and smooth, glowing with a natural radiance.
Sensationally different, Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes, a fact proved by a group of doctors. Even stubborn dandruff was controlled by only 2 Prell shampoos a week.
And the whole family cheers that handy Prell tube. Easy to use, no spill, no waste. And a little makes mountains of lather.
Try the new Radiant Cream Shampoo, Prell.
P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is inside. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo.
Yes, try Prell. Listen again next week when Dress, the Sudsing Miracle for soaps, nylons, woolens, dishes, brings you The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
If coffee makes you nervous, switch to Postum. The makers of Postum, the favorite mealtime drink in millions of American homes, present those 2 lovable old characters from the hill country, Lum and Abner. It wasn't so long ago that on afternoons when school let out, you'd always hear something like this in the home of young Tony Moran.
Of course you may, dear. Or if you like, you can have some cookies I made today.
But one day when the youngster came home, this happened.
Hey, Mom! School's over. Can I... No, you can't have a thing. And stop shouting. Go to your room this instant. Do you hear me?
And it went on like that day after day. What had happened to that woman? What had changed her from a sweet, kind, lovable mother to a cranky, short-tempered, irritable woman? Her doctor said it was nerves. Coffee nerves. Well, naturally, I wouldn't stand here for 1 minute and tell you that coffee is harmful to everybody. It just isn't. Plenty of people can take coffee in their stride without any harm at all. But plenty others cannot. So if you suffer from nerves, and nerves can make you irritable or keep you awake nights or give you indigestion, and you suspect coffee may be to blame, or even partly to blame, by all means switch to Postum. You see, there's no caffeine or stimulant of any kind in Postum, so it can't possibly set your nerves on edge. Postum has a fragrance and flavor that are truly distinctive. So get Postum from your grocer tomorrow. Drink it instead of coffee. Then, even at the end of 2 weeks, long enough to give it a fair trial, see if your nerves aren't steadier. See if you aren't good-natured again. See if you don't thank your lucky stars you switched to Postum. Well, excitement is running high in Pine Ridge since Elizabeth Peabody, the new chief of police, captured the 3 bank robbers single-handed. The nationwide publicity she has received has made her famous overnight. And Abner finds himself merely the husband of a celebrity, a position he doesn't exactly relish. As we look in on the little community today, we find Abner over at the Jotuntown store talking over the telephone. Listen.
No, she ain't here. I don't know where she's at. Since she got to be chief of police, why, she don't stay home no more. Well, you might find her down around the barber shop. Wait a minute. Come in. Oh, come in, Lum. You ain't saw Lizabeth, have you?
No. Is she lost again?
No, there's somebody here on the phone wanting to talk to her. Hello? Well, you might try the barber shop or the blacksmith shop. No, I was just trying to think of some of the places I might be if I was loafing around town. All right. Not at all. Goodbye. Swan, there's been 10,000 people out here to see her since she captured them bank robbers.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's made a name for herself, all right. Got her picture on the front page of the county seat paper this morning.
So, did you get the mail?
Yeah, most of it's mail for her.
Well.
Letter here from the sheriff. I reckon that's the reward she got for capturing them robbers.
Yeah, must be. $500. Here I held the office for 2 years and never made a nickel out of it.
Well, you never captured no robbers.
Well, there weren't none to capture.
No, but no use being jealous of her.
Yeah, well, they're taking on over it like it was the first time anybody ever caught a robber.
Well, you'll have to admit that was pretty brave of her going out single-handed and capturing 3 desperados.
Just luck, that's all there was to it, just luck. Stumbled on to them while they was asleep. They act like she won a whole war single-handed.
And you act like you're mad because she done it.
No, I ain't mad. I just wished it'd been somebody else's wife.
Well, you ought to be proud of her, Abner. Her name's in the paper all over the country. Got a $500 reward. She's got to be a national figurehead overnight.
Yeah, that fella that just now called up wanted to know if I was Mr. Lizabeth Peabody.
Mr. Elizabeth Peabody?
Yeah, I just don't feel like the head of the house no more, Lum.
Well, it's just the idea of a woman policeman, that's all. Here's a newspaper, something to write about.
Yeah.
Did you see here what they was calling her?
No. I seen the Fort Smith paper last night. Called her the Girl of the Golden West.
Yeah, well, you ain't saw nothing. Look at that.
Huh? Well, I do know. Leave it to Liz. Poker Face Peabody, the Pine Ridge Police. For the land's sake.
Oh, she's getting $1 million worth of publicity.
I know. There's a fella in here yesterday wanted her to go on the stage.
Go on the stage?
Yeah. Offered her $100 a week just to walk out there and tell folks how she captured them robbers.
Granny, they ought to get a job managing her.
Managing her?
Why, sure.
Doggies, I'd like to see somebody manage her. I've been trying it for 30 years, and I ain't been able to do no good at it.
I mean all these offers she's getting. Manage her business affairs for her.
Well, now, you better just leave her alone, Mom. She can take care of herself all right. She's always made money there on the farm, swapping around.
Yeah, only thing she ain't used to handling big business this way, though.
Well, you can talk to her. I don't care. That is, if you can get her to listen to you. I don't like to say it about my own woman, Mom, but she's got the swellest head so bad that, well, now you couldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole.
Oh, well, she'll get over it. First time something important like this ever happened to her.
Yeah, maybe so. What else did it say there in the paper?
Oh, it just goes on to tell about her capturing them robbers.
Huh?
They sort of exaggerated a little there.
They did, huh?
Yeah, it says they had an awful gun battle and Lizabeth shot it out with them, single-handed.
Oh, yeah, and she's making up a big story out of it now. They got some stories around about her shooting that make Buffalo Bill look like a sissy.
Yeah, look at that next line there. Girl gangbuster. Lucky Liz lassos lawbreakers.
Lassos, huh?
Yeah, I don't know where they got that.
Oh, my goodness. She's more than likely started that, too. She was talking this morning, said as quick as she got that reward money that she's going to buy her a pair of cowboy boots and a 10-gallon hat and some pearl-handled pistol. Just a whole cowgirl outfit.
Hey, that ought to look good on the stage, too.
She ain't going on the stage. I doggies, I'm going to put my foot down on that. I ain't going to have no actor for a wife.
Bounty, if she decides to do it, she'll go on the stage all right.
Oh, she's too bashful, Lum. Gets out in front of people, she can't say nothing. Can't even sing in the choir without turning her back to the congregation.
Now, Granny, you could go on the stage with her.
Well, now... what could I do on the stage?
Well, I mean, I seen a show once where a feller stood up there with a cigarette in his mouth and let a woman shoot it out.
You mean for me to do that?
Well, yeah, she never hit him. Leastways, when I seen him, she never.
Well, I wouldn't stand up there and hold a number 4 wash tub and let her shoot at it. She don't know how to shoot, Lum.
According to this article here in the paper, she can drill the ace of spades at 100 yards.
And you've been reading too much of that paper. She couldn't hit a mule with a bucket of shell corn.
Well, she could practice.
Not on me, she couldn't.
I mean, before you start on the stage.
Yeah, and catch her out of humor someday. She'd about move the muzzle of that gun over a little bit and put a new part in my hair for me.
Yeah, well, let's see. What could you do?
Well, I just don't figure it out. That's the best thing to do. I'd have time to learn to do anything myself by the time she learned to shoot a pistol, I'll tell you that right now.
Granny, ain't you got no talents at all, Abner?
Huh?
Can't you do nothing good? I know you can't sing.
Well, I can hold my breath a long time. Used to be able to. I've seen the time when
Well, nobody ain't going to pay money to go in and watch you stand there and hold your breath.
No, that's right. I don't much believe they wouldn't either. Let's see, what can I do? Used to play hopscotch when I was little.
Of course, it ain't necessary for you to do nothing. Lizabeth's the one they want to see.
Yeah, but I can't stand back and let her make the living, Lum. She's going to be an actor, well, I am too.
Of course, it's your business. Personal, I don't think you ought to try to hold Lizabeth back. She's got opportunity here to make some money if she's handled right. Endorsements and signing testimonies of what kind of cigarettes she smokes.
Lizabeth don't smoke cigarettes.
Well, there's a lot of things. What kind of face powder she uses.
She don't use no face powder neither. Don't use no artificial coloring or flavoring or no kind on herself.
Yeah, she better start using some of that stuff then. Make a lot of money out of it.
Huh.
She gets paid for writing a testimonial for what kind she uses.
You mean you want a woman at her age to start powdering and painting?
Yeah, she is a little old for that, I reckon. It wouldn't hurt her to fix herself up a little, though.
No, maybe not. But she's worked in the field too long for such as that long.
Yeah. She can learn an old dog new tricks.
Huh? Tricks? Hi, doggies, wait a minute. I know what I can do on the stage now. Why, sure, what's the matter with me? Trained dog act.
Trained dog act?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You can get the trained dog someplace.
Well, what's the matter with old Blue?
Does Blue do tricks?
Why, sure he does. I can make him roll over.
Well, that ain't nothing. Lots of dogs roll over. No, you'll have to have a lot of tricks.
Would, huh?
You can walk on his hind legs and all that stuff.
Well, he can walk on his hind legs. Walks that way all the time.
Old Blue?
Sure. Front legs and hind legs both. Walks on all 4 of them.
I mean, just walk on his hind legs at once, though.
Oh, no, he can't do that. But I can.
You can? Oh, for goodness sake.
How would it be if he made me roll over? If I could learn him to talk, and he could say, roll over, Abner, and then I could lay down there on the floor.
Well, if you can learn him to talk, that's all you need to do. They'll pay you a fortune for that.
Yeah, well, I don't know for sure that he can talk. I ain't never tried it. But he's smart as a whip. He can learn.
Wait a minute. Who is that?
I don't know. Wait, he's coming in here.
And this town's full of strangers.
Oh, I hope old Blue can learn to talk. Be a lot of company to me.
How to do, sir? What in the world are you doing?
I was just trying to see how old Blue would sound, Bob.
Just cut it out. Come in, sir. What can I do for you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking for Lizabeth Peabody, and I was told she might be over here.
Oh, no, she ain't here. What was you wanting with her?
Well, I'm with the Voco Pictures Corporation. I want to see if she'd be interested in going to Hollywood for a screen test.
You mean be a moving picture actor?
Yes, of course, I haven't seen her, but from the publicity I've been reading, I think with our organization behind her, we can make her the glamour girl of Western pictures. Now, we've been looking for a hard-riding, straight-shooting girl for a number of years now. I think she'll be just what we want, the Girl Ranger. What a series that'll make. Lucky Liz rides again.
Well, we hope the talent scout from Hollywood isn't too disappointed when he meets Pine Ridge's new glamour girl. Over the weekend, if you're bothered by nervous irritability or sleeplessness or indigestion, remember that any one of them may be due to nerves, coffee nerves. Or while many people can drink coffee without ill effects, many others cannot. So if you think coffee nerves may be responsible for your trouble, or even partly responsible, decide right now that you'll begin to drink Postum instead of coffee. For Postum contains no caffeine, no stimulant of any kind that could possibly upset you. And it actually costs less than 1/2 cent a cup. It's really good sense to switch to Postum. Don't forget, friends, come along with us next Monday evening at this same time when we again visit Pine Ridge with Lum and Abner. Del Sharbutt speaking, and remember Postum, your best bet for a good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Did you hear that? Come on, will you?
Did I hear what?
That whistle. That's a Rinso White whistle.
And Rinso means us.
That's right. Rinso gets clothes Rinso White, and Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show. Rinso for a wash, that's...
Rinso White?
Rinso for a wash, that's...
Rinso White?
Yes, a Rinso White, Rinso Bright wash is something to whistle and ring bells about. Make next wash day a Rinso wash day. See for yourself how much easier Rinso is on you and on your clothes, whites and washable colors, too. Rinso is also a big help on your spring house cleaning jobs. Those soapy-rich suds make dirt vanish from windows, floors, and woodwork. Use Rinso for all your soap and water jobs. And next wash day, remember...
Rinso White?
Rinso White, happy little wash day song.
And now our stars, Amos and Andy. Before we open our show, let's go back 20 years when one George Kingfish Stevens and one Miss Sapphire Smith were out dancing together. She said,
George, you dance divinely.
Then he said,
I could dance with you till the cows come home. You was like a feather.
And she said,
George, listen to that music. It's the song we both love. Let me call you sweetheart.
Then he said,
Honey, let me call you sweetheart. Forever, dear.
And she said,
George, is you proposing?
Then he said,
Yes, honey.
And she said... And now, let us look in on this same couple 20 years later. They're married now, and they've just arrived home after spending another evening dancing together.
Well, of all the loads I ever dragged around the dance floor, you was the worst.
Oh, is that so? I remember when you used to say you could dance with me till the cows come home.
Yeah, well, the way you danced tonight, I thought they was there.
Ain't you funny? You know, when it comes to dancing, you ain't no gazelle.
Yeah, I never said I was. But I knows this much. I happens to be very light on my feet.
Yeah, and very heavy on mine. But, George, really, I don't mind you dancing on my feet. It's the constant jumping on and off that gets me.
Now, boy, I'm sure glad we're home. Let me get off my shoes here and soak my feet in some hot mustard water here. Get these shoes off. You poor feet. Feet, I knows just what you thinking. You was thinking, what did I ever do to deserve this punishment?
You know, George, I was just thinking, too. This show is a lot different than when we used to dance to our favorite song, Let Me Call You Sweetheart. Sometimes it don't seem like we're married no more.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Well, you used to be romantic and sweet to me when we was first married. But now, since you stopped being sweet, well, our marriage just ain't amounted to much.
Now, there's a fine thing to say. That's the appreciation I get. And to think that I give up a career for marriage.
What career did you give up for marriage?
Well, I would have thought of something, all right.
You know, George, all you does is aggravate me. I can still remember before I married you, something told me not to.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. The whole trouble was I listened to my heart instead of my head. My heart said, there's a man I'm going to ride down life's highway with.
Yeah, what did your head say?
It said, let me off at the next corner.
Sapphire, is I to gather from this little conversation here that if you had to do it over again, you wouldn't marry me?
Take it any way you want.
Well, this is very interesting. Sapphire, I was going to make you eat them words.
Oh, I tell you, boys, the Kingfish is really in trouble with his wife.
Yeah, really bad this time, huh, Anna?
Yeah, Amos, she claimed that if she had to do over again, the chances is she wouldn't marry him. What'd you think of that, Brother Crawford?
Well, I can hardly blame Sapphire. The Kingfish doesn't know how to treat a woman. Women need love and affection. I read someplace.
Yeah, she done told the Kingfish he ain't sweet and romantic no more.
Well, that's why he made his mistake. A wife always wants a husband to be romantic.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Very definitely so. And fortunately for my wife, I am the romantic type.
You is?
Oh, yes. I've never failed to kiss my wife before I go to work and also when I return from work. 2 times a day. On birthdays and anniversaries, this has run as high as 3 times.
You really a ball of fire on them days, ain't you?
Well, it seems to me, Brother Crawford, that you kind of kiss your wife by a timetable, don't you? Well, that's how my wife wants it.
Yeah, well, I always thunk it was nicer for a husband to kiss his wife, not when he's supposed to, but kiss her when he feel like kissing her.
My wife prefers not to take that chance.
Your wife certainly got you toe to mark, ain't she?
Well, not always. I believe in an orderly married life, but at the same time, I believe a man should have a private life of his own, which his wife does not have to know anything about.
Well, she know whatever you does, don't she?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, the thing is that...
hello there, fellas.
Hi, Kingfish. Hi.
Sorry to hear about you and your wife, Kingfish.
Yeah, thanks, Amos. Say, I wonder if I could be alone with Andy. I want to speak to him.
I was about to leave anyway, so goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye.
Yeah, well, I'll go along with you, Brother Crawford. So long, fella.
So long, Amos. So long.
And I think I got an idea to make my wife come to her senses.
Yeah?
And I want to see what you think of it, and I don't want all the other fellas to know about it.
Yeah, well, what is it, Kingfish?
Well, now, it so happens that a letter come this morning addressed to me and Sapphire from a friend of ours down south in the same town where the Justice of the Peace lived, who done married us 20 years ago.
Yeah, well, what about it?
Now, Sapphire didn't see the letter, and I just happened to open it without tearing the envelope. Now, here's my idea. I was going to write a letter and pretend it come from the clerk where we was married.
Oh, you will?
Yeah, now, here's what. I'll say that the justice of the peace that married us has died, and his papers show that his license done expired before he married us and was no good when he performed the ceremony for us.
Yeah, well, then that would mean that you and Sapphire ain't never been really married in the eyes of the law. You just had a long engagement.
Yeah, that's right. Look here, I'll seal the letter in the envelope and leave it where Sapphire can find it. Boy, is she going to be surprised.
But, George, do you see what this letter means? We ain't really married.
That's right. That's what it say in the letter, don't it? We'd have to get remarried. Well, here's your chance to be free right now. We ain't married no more, so let's call it a day.
Call it a day?
Yeah, you go your way and I'll go mine. Good luck to you and all that stuff. See you again sometime. It's been nice knowing you for 20 years.
We ain't married no more?
That's right. We ain't married.
Good, and that's how it's going to stay.
Yeah, well, I'm glad... what? Wait a minute. You mean that you ain't going to marry me again?
Exactly, George.
Now, wait a minute. Now, but Sapphire, honey, you making a mistake here. You my wife, and I is your husband, George.
Pardon me. I didn't catch the name.
Sapphire, now, don't be foolish. I is your husband.
Husband? Well, I haven't had a husband in 20 years.
Oh, me. Now, look, Sapphire. Look here. We're both tired now. Look here. Let's forget it until tomorrow.
All right, George. I guess you do need some sleep.
Yeah, I guess we sure do, honey. Let's go to bed.
All right. Here's your toothbrush, and there's the door.
The door?
Yes. I is a respectable, unmarried woman, and you is a very late visitor, so get out.
But, Sapphire...
Get out, I said. Get out and stay out.
Now let's listen to the Mystic Knights of the Sea Quartet singing Choo Choo Polka.
The conductor gave the downbeat as he yelled on the board to a solid polka rhythm. Well, that choo-choo engine roared. Choo-choo, 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 choo-choo polka time. As the choo-choo rambled down the railroad track, no one cared when they were coming back. On everybody's face you'd see a smile as they danced a polka down the aisle. Boys and girls in moments so sublime, their hearts beating out in polka time. They kept singing and they wouldn't stop.
Couldn't stop.
Till the engineer blew his whistle. Then he blew his stop. Boys and girls in moments so sublime, their hearts beating out in fluent time. Everyone was jumping on the beam.
Solid beam, boy.
Till the engineer blew his whistle. Then he let off steam. Choo 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 polka time.
Henry, look at that. Ain't that kingfish sleep on deck?
Why, yes, Gabby, I believe it is. I can't see the face, but it sounds like the kingfisher's snore. Yeah, you see, it's got that whip at the end of it.
I better wake him up. Right now. I'll shake him a little here. Kingfish? Kingfish.
Oh, honey, you was come to see me. You will forgive me. Kiss me again.
I feel silly doing it even once.
Kingfish, it's me and Gabby. Wake up.
Hello, fellas. It's morning, huh?
Kingfish, have you been sleeping on this desk all night?
Yeah, let me get this rope off me here. I fell off the desk twice during the night, and I had to find a tie myself on here.
Kingfish, you got a home. What you sleeping on the desk for?
Well, I tell you, boy, my wife won't let me inside the house to sleep, that's why.
Oh, I see. Why don't you get twin desks and invite over here?
Kingfish, I hear that there was trouble brewing between you and your wife. What seems to be the bone of contention?
Well, the whole thing started when Sapphire told me that if she had to do it over again, that she'd never marry me.
Well.
Yeah, I done fixed up a letter to make it look like we never really was married, you see, and the thing backfired, and now she won't remarry me.
Well, as they say in French, tout le jour, tout le jour.
Yeah, what did that mean, Gabby?
How do I know? I ain't French.
Now, wait a minute. Now, look here, Gabby. I love my wife, and I want her back. Now, you as a lawyer, I'm glad you done come in here. You as a smart man. Now, what can I do?
Well, why don't you just tell her it was all a joke? All a joke. Tell her that.
Yeah, and that would really be my finish.
All right, I got another idea. Go over and see her. Go on over and see her. And tell her she won't take you back. You'll shoot yourself. Tell her that. That's what to tell her.
Yeah, well, suppose I tell her that and she still refuses to take me back. What does it do then?
That's simple. Shoot yourself.
Shoot myself? What are you talking about?
Look, Kingfish, if you're going to object to every idea I guess, I withdraw from the case. I can't stand stubborn clients.
Well, listen, Gabby, I'm sure there must be another solution to this thing that ain't quite as injurious to the health.
There's one other way, just one other way. Court your wife all over again, just like you done 20 years ago. Propose to her and everything.
Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. That I like.
Romance her again. Go ahead and romance her.
Yeah, that's good.
Tell her she's beautiful.
Now, wait a minute. Let's not go overboard yet. I told my wife 20 years ago she was beautiful. I stretched to the point then, and believe me, she certainly ain't gained no ground since then.
Well, Kingfish, it occurs to me that you must be a bit rusty on the art of courtship. If I was you, I'd consult with Andy. He seems to be the Quixote of Harlem.
Yeah, that's a good idea, isn't it?
Only one thing, Kingfish. This courtship idea ain't by no means surefire. It ain't surefire. You see, from the legal standpoint, it come under the heading of the Federal Reserve Bank.
The Federal Reserve Bank? How you figure that?
Well, Sapphire don't think she's married in the eyes of the federal government, so you better reserve a hotel room and don't bank on her taking you back. That's the Federal Reserve Bank about here.
So you see, Anna, that's the way it is. Me and Sapphire has done foofed out with a capital foof.
You really take it on the chin with your married life, don't you, Kingfish? You know, instead of an arrow, Cupid must have hit you with a wet mop.
Yeah, well, now, look here. Let's get started here, Anna. You going to tell me how to court my wife according to the modern method. That's what you're going to do now, up-to-date stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, now, what does I do first?
Well, first you invite Sapphire out on a date and you buy her flowers.
Okay, yeah. Now, that's a good idea. Then what does it do?
Well, when you takes her home, you sits on the sofa with her and you pre-pose her.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is really going to take practice.
Yeah, that's what I want to learn.
Yeah, I tell you what, make believe I am Sapphire and you go ahead and pre-pose to me.
Yeah, this is the best way to practice, huh?
Oh, sure, yeah, go ahead now. Now, look here. Kind of put your face near mine here.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Now, what does you say?
You've been eating onions.
Cut it out, Kingfish. Cut it out. Get romantic.
All right. Now, listen to this. Honey, I want to tell you that I love you with all my heart. Angel child, I'm crazy about you. I has always been crazy about you.
Pardon me. Are you two going steady?
Oh, hello, Shorty.
Hi, fellas.
Yeah, look, Shorty, we are just talking about courtship here. You might be able to help us. Come here.
Oh, sure. I just finished courting the girl. It's all busted up now, though. She was crazy about me.
Yeah, well, tell me this. How did you meet the gal and court and all that stuff?
Well, the way I met her was very romantic.
Yeah, well, where'd you meet her, Shorty?
She was standing outside the draft board.
Yeah. Well, what was she doing there?
Waiting for rejects.
Yeah, our eyes met and we was in love.
Yeah, well, now, you say the thing is busted up even though she was crazy about you. Now, where'd you go wrong?
Trouble with her family. Yeah, they used to like to throw parties.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I was the party they were throwing. You know something? Every time I went to see that gal, her father would throw me out.
And what'd she do?
She stood outside and threw me back in. It got to be irksome.
Oh, now look, Shorty, you ain't gonna help us none. I got a lot to learn. Get out of here, will you?
A Rinso whitewash.
With ease.
A Rinso bright wash.
With safety.
Is it any wonder that women here, there, everywhere are singing?
Rinso white.
For a wash as white as it can be. Rinso bright.
B-R-I-G-H-T.
Yes, Rinso keeps your colors bright. Get out for dirt for a wash so white. Here's great advice, you can't go wrong.
Rinso white.
Rinso white. Happy little wash day song.
You'll sing your way through wash day with Rinso's soapy rich suds on the job. No hard scrubbing or boiling. As little as a 10-minute soaking with Rinso, a few quick finger rubs on extra dirty places, and clothes are ready to rinse.
No more wash day sneezing spells either.
No, ma'am. Rinso's anti-sneeze. It's made by an exclusive anti-sneeze patented process. It's 98% free of sneezy soap dust. No other granulated soap can make this claim. So next wash day, remember, a Rinso whitewash.
With ease.
A Rinso bright wash.
With safety.
Well, Andy, you has been a great help coaching me and all that stuff concerning women and courtship and all that.
Yeah, well, the system that I has done learned you is the same one I uses myself with the gals, and I've been engaged 46 times.
You engaged 46 times, huh?
Yeah.
How come you never got married?
Skill, just plain skill.
Well, now, the first move I'm going to make is to call Sapphire up now and make a date with her and go out dining and dancing.
Yeah, and don't forget to make the imprint on her by ordering caviar.
Caviar, I didn't hear of it, but what is it, though?
Well, it's, the way they explain it to me, caviar is nothing but fish eggs, about as big as buckshot. Must be a lot of work to shell them things. Huh?
Yeah, well, I'll order a dozen. Say, Andy, I had in mind a place to take Sapphire, the Club La Paris there. What do you know about that?
Oh, the Club La Paris? Yeah, that's high class, all right. And besides that, now is a good time to go there.
How did you mean?
Well, it's near the end of the month now, and they changed their tablecloths.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyhow, I know Sapphire likes that place. She's always been wanting to go there. She's been begging me to take her there, you see.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do now is call her up on the phone, tell her about the thing, and then I'm going to take her right to the place. I'm going to call her up right now.
Yeah, well, now, look here. Don't forget to sound romantic, Kingfish.
I won't. Now, just leave it to me, because when I get on the phone, I'm going to give her that small talk, you know, and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's the stuff.
Hello.
Hello, Sapphire, honey, lamb pie, darling, sugarfoot. This is Loverboy.
Oh, hello, George. What you want?
Honey, I was just thinking here, don't you think this would be a good night to go dining and dancing and have a lot of fun?
Yes, I think it would.
Oh, that's swell. I got it. Yeah. Honey, don't you think it would be a great night for two people to walk home in the moonlight?
Yes, I do, George.
Oh, I knowed you would see it my way, sweetheart. Now, what I want to ask you is, wouldn't you like to go to Club La Paris tonight?
I'd love to go to the Club La Paris.
Oh, you would, huh? Got it now. Yeah, you would. Yeah. Oh, that's great, honey.
Yes, that's why I asked the man that I got a date with tonight to take me there.
Yeah, well, now, that's what? You mean you going out to the Club La Paris with another man?
That's right, George. Goodbye.
Sapphire, wait a minute. Hello. Hello. Oh, Andy, did you hear that? My wife is going out with another man.
Well, listen, you can't blame Sapphire, Kingfish. She thinks you all ain't married. That's what's the matter.
Yeah, but that ain't the point. The point is that some low-down bum snuck behind my back and made a date with my wife. And what did you think of a man that would make a date with Sapphire?
He must be crazy.
That's no excuse. When I catch that bum, I was going to smash him to a pulp. And do you know what I'm going to do tonight?
No, what, Kingfish?
Look here, I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to do. I is going over to Club La Paris, and I'm going to beat the ears off the man that took Sapphire out dancing.
Oh, it's wonderful dancing in a lovely place like this. I really enjoyed this dance. You know something? You rumbled beautifully.
Oh, is that what I was doing?
My goodness, if you didn't know you was doing the rumba, how did you know how to shake the rumba tempo so perfectly?
Oh, you see, Sapphire, I was a born dancer. Music just makes me... dancing is right up my alley. I've got natural rhythm. Woolen underwear.
Just the same, I think you're a fine dancer.
Oh, thanks a lot. I guess I could have danced even better with you if I wasn't so much shorter than you is.
Oh, I don't mind you being shorter, but was it uncomfortable for you?
A little. I kept scratching my forehead on your belt buckle.
Oh, here we is at our table. Let's sit down and order something to eat. I'm starved.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'm starved, too. Uh-oh. Look who's coming.
So there you will, Sapphire.
George, what on earth are you doing here?
Yeah, I come here to beat the brains out of the man that you was with. That's what I'm doing here. Now, where's the man? Where is the man?
He's sitting right... Why, he was there a minute ago. Shorty, where is you?
Under the table.
Oh, so it ain't a man after all. Shorty, come out from under that table.
George, I wish you'd stop shouting. People is beginning to stare.
Well, I don't care. Let them. Oh, so there you is, Shorty. I never would believe that you was the one that's out with my wife. Why, you was nothing but a dirty, low-down, good-for-nothing, double-crossing bum.
Now, wait a minute, Ken Fish. You can't talk to me that way. I ain't gonna stand for it. If you wasn't smaller than I is, I'd knock your block off.
Yeah, but I is bigger than you is.
Well, that's all the more reason.
Oh, come on, Shorty. Now, listen here. I done took enough of this. Out with my wife, huh? Now, put up your mitts. I tell you what I'm going to do to you. I don't care about your size. I'm going to massacre you.
Now, George, you ain't going to dare to touch me.
Let him go. That's all right, Sapphire. After what the Kingfish said, this room ain't big enough to hold the two of us. That's what.
Yeah, well, what is you going to do about it?
What
is you going to do about it?
Well, I'm going to get... Well, I was leaving.
Yeah, and as for you, Sapphire, if you think that you can go out with somebody...
You ain't got nothing to say about it. I ain't a married woman.
Yeah, well, if you think that you can fool...
George, stop arguing a minute. Listen to what they're playing.
Yeah. Let me call you sweetheart.
Don't that mean something to you, George?
Well, yeah. I first proposed to you years ago while we was dancing to that song.
George, let's dance it now.
Okay, Sapphire, come on. Honey, I want to apologize for the scene I just made, but the thought of you being out with somebody else just made me see red.
You did make an awful fuss, George.
Honey, can you ever forgive me? And will you let me call you sweetheart once again?
Why, George, dear, is you proposing to me again?
Sure I is, darling. I want you for my sweetheart forever.
Oh, George. Them words is just as sweet as when you said them 20 years ago. And my answer's still the same. I love you too, darling.
Honey, you dance divinely.
George, I was just thinking here. Ain't it lucky that the band just happened to play our song and bring us back together again like this?
Sapphire, I got a confession to make, honey. They just didn't happen to play the song. I gave the band leader $1 to play it.
You did?
Yeah.
Well, get it back. I just give him $2 to play the same thing.
Folks, my friend Harlow Wilcox has something to say to you, something that makes mighty good sense to me and Andy.
Well, yes, it does make sense to do things a better way and an easier way. That's why so many women use Soapy Rich Rinso, for Rinso gets your clothes
Rinso first.
and washable colors come safely.
Rinso first.
No wonder Rinso is the only soap recommended by the makers of 33 leading washers, among them your prized Hot Point washer. Remember, the manufacturers of washers have gone to war, so have your Hot Point washer inspected regularly. And stick to Rinso regularly, too.
Me and Andy, we agree with Mr. Wilcox, and we urge you folks to follow his good Rinso advice. Good night.
Good night, folks.
Be with us next Friday evening at this same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Don't miss the hilarious proceedings next week when Andy and the Kingfish try to win a $500 prize in a baby picture contest. The Amos and Andy Show is broadcast to our fighting men all over the world through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night to all of you from all of us. Large-scale war production is going ahead on all cylinders and will continue until we've won victory on both fronts. That means, among other things, that we can look forward this year to lower supplies than ever on the civilian market. With buying power higher than ever, prices will surely go up unless we do something about it. Now, this is what you can do. Buy only what you really need. When you buy, pay no more than ceiling prices and pay your ration points in full. Save. Buy and hold all the war bonds you can possibly afford to help pay for the war and to ensure your own future. Do your part to keep prices down.
Hello, are you there? Well, we're here at Camp Elliott with Marines. Yeah.
Want the soap that's pure and gentle? Come on, swing this one.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, present the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Cash. Yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the Six Hits and a Miss, and George Burns and Gracie Allen. Well, now let's look in and see what's doing at the Burns home.
Gracie.
In the living room, dear.
Gracie, what happened? I looked in the drawer and I haven't got a single clean shirt.
Oh, darling, I forgot to tell you. Our laundress quit. Oh, she wasn't a very good laundress anyway. Remember how she used to cut the tails off your shirts to make her work easier?
Yes, it's just as well she's gone.
Well, she's got a job over at Consolidated now, making airplanes. Oh, that reminds me. I better call Consolidated and warn them.
Why?
Airplanes have tails, too.
Well, Gracie, don't bother. Do you think that you could wash out a shirt for me?
Oh, well, I'd be glad to, Judge, but I'm expecting two of the girls from my club any minute.
Oh, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Yes.
What are those hens going to cackle about today?
Well, George, that's no way to talk about your wife and your wife's friends.
Oh, I didn't mean you, dear.
Well, it's no way to talk about those other hens either.
Believe me, honey, washing a few shirts wouldn't hurt any of those dames.
But, George, we work hard. We have to in times like these. We even do jobs for each other if they're the same amount of work.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, for instance, Ruthie Palmtag and Clara Bagley have a deal. Ruthie mows Clara's lawn and Clara cuts Ruthie's hair.
Well, I guess that's even. They're both green.
Well,
you know,
the Beverly Hills Uplift Society is doing everything it can to help win the war. Hardly a week goes by that we don't send out a long list of helpful suggestions.
Well, oh, fine. That's all we need.
Oh, yeah? Well, he wrote back and said if our ideas were used, the war would be over in 2 weeks.
Well, I'd rather take a little longer and win it. You see what I mean? Look. Why don't you girls do something constructive?
Well, we do. We save all our waste kitchen fat and take it to our butcher. The government uses it to make bombs and bullets.
Well, now you're doing something.
Why, Blanche Morton alone has turned in 11 pounds of fat this week.
Well, why? Well, why does she cook so much? There's the worst cook in the whole world. Her food is enough to kill you.
Well, that's the idea. She can't invite the whole German army to dinner, so she figures if her cooking doesn't get them one way, it'll get them another.
And, of course, we must drop a few of our biscuits on the Japs, too.
Yes.
Yes, remind me to do that.
Oh, that must be the girls now. Come in.
Oh, hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Ruthie. Hello, Clara. Ruthie, I was just telling George about the deal you two had, where you mow Clara's lawn and she cuts your hair.
What do you think of it, Mr. Burns?
Well, it's very interesting, only it looks like the wrong one is using the lawnmower. Well, excuse me, girls. I've got to go and wash a shirt. I'll be in the kitchen there.
Oh, all right.
Honestly, Gracie, sometimes I wonder why you married that man.
Oh, it was love. I didn't have much choice.
Well, obviously not.
Well, look, Gracie, what we came to talk to you about, we want to help the war workers. Now, there are lots of mothers who have babies in defense class.
My goodness, the hospitals must be crowded.
No, Gracie. Now, you see, while these mothers are working, they need someone to take care of the children. Can we count on you to help?
Oh, yes, I love babies. I practically raised my little nephew, John Cachu Allen.
The child's name was John Cachu Allen?
Yes, the minister who christened him had a very bad cold.
But, Gracie, the child we're leaving with you isn't exactly...
Oh, I adore babies. I still have little Johnny's first pair of shoes. Wait, I'll show them to you. I'll be right back.
Oh, poor Gracie. I hope she won't be too disappointed when she finds out the baby we're leaving with her is 10 years old.
Yes, Bobby Ross. He's tough as nails.
Oh, here comes Gracie.
Oh, here they are, girls. Look, little Johnny's first shoes. I had them gilded. Aren't they sweet?
Sweet? Why, my husband could wear these. Were those his first shoes?
Yes. He didn't move into town until he was 24.
We'll have to run along, Gracie. We're going to let you take care of little Bobby Ross. He'll be here in a couple of hours.
Oh,
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, I can't wait to tell George that we're going to have a little baby in the house. I wonder if the baby will change George. I wonder if George will change the baby.
Gracie, have those club women left?
Yes, dear.
Well, thank goodness. What were you talking about?
The baby.
Well, who's going to have a baby?
We are.
Oh, we are. Well, if one of... We are?
Yes.
We're going to have a baby?
Yeah. Are you happy, George?
Happy? Why, I'm delirious. I'm a father. I'm a success. I may have been late getting started, but look, I'll canter.
Oh, I'm so glad you're taking it like
Oh, boy. I'm going to run down the corner and get cigars for the fellas. Now, you just lie down, honey. I'll be right back. Just think. I'm going to have a cigar. I mean, a baby. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, watch where you... Oh, George. Well, what's the rush? What's the matter?
Oh, why, Bill, I just heard the greatest news a man can hear.
Oh, so you heard it, too?
True. I'm the only one who knows.
Oh, now, don't be silly, George. It's all over town.
All over town?
Why, of course. It's even on a billboard at the corner.
Oh, no.
Well, George, why not? Why keep it a secret?
But, Bill...
Now, George, if a lot of dealers want to run a special sale on Swan soap, I think people ought to know about it. After all, here's their chance to buy 3 bars of Swan and save. Why keep news like that a secret?
But, Bill, that's not what I meant. I'm going to have a baby.
After all, George, Swan is the new white floating soap that gives you all those mild, pure suds so fast. And a Swan sale is big news. Although Swan saves you money, sale or no sale. You see, Swan not only gives you more soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tested, but for housework, Swan saves again, because it goes further than easily wasted packaged soaps. And it... You're going to have a baby?
Why, yes, Bill.
Well, gee, why didn't you tell me sooner?
Well,
imagine me talking about Swan when you're expecting a baby. I'm sorry, George.
Oh, that's all right. You see...
I didn't give you a chance to tell me about it.
Oh, that's all right. You see...
I feel like a heel.
Oh, that's all right. You see,
here
Gracie
you are
and I...
telling me you're having a baby, and I just stand here and go on talking about Swan.
Oh, that's all right. You see,
the soap that's as mild as the finest Castile. The soap that's so mild and gentle it's kind to your hands, no matter what soap and water job you use it for. Oh, George, I'm just a false friend.
Oh, Bill, forget it.
Well, gee, thanks. When do you expect the baby, George?
My gosh, I forgot to ask Gracie. Just a minute. Gracie?
Yes, dear?
When are we expecting the baby? March, April, May?
Oh, it should be here in about 2 hours.
2 hours? Bill, go for a doctor.
Okay.
This is Paul Whiteman, and here's Jimmy Cash to sing one of the country's most popular love songs, Starlight Sonata. Okay, Jimmy.
You're my song from a world way up high. You are my starlight sonata out of the midnight sky. There's no melody sung by a lark sweet as my starlight sonata after the sky grows dark. Your arms are such a thrilling place when we embrace like this. The promise of eternal love is trembling in your kiss. Twilight sings of a heaven to be, bringing my starlight sonata straight from your heart to me.
Well, Gracie is waiting to take care of the defense worker's baby, while poor George still thinks he's going to become a father.
Now, just lie down, dear, and take it easy. Would you like another pillow under your head?
Oh, I wish I knew what's come over you, George. All this fuss over one little baby. Suppose I was going to have 4 or 5 of them.
At once?
Well, I'd be glad to do it if you'd like me to.
Oh, gosh. Why doesn't Bill get here with that doctor?
What's the matter? Don't you feel well?
Of course I feel well. The doctor is for you and the baby.
Oh, I see what you mean. He examines the baby, and then if he isn't healthy, we give him back and get another one.
I can't understand what's... Oh, there's Bill and the doctor. Now, you stay right here. I'll answer the door. Come in.
Oh, hi, George. Here's the doctor you wanted. This is Mr. Burns, Doc.
How do you do? How do you do? That'll be $5, please.
Well, for Pete's sake, Bill, this is Dr. Lewis. I don't want him.
Well, gee, I'm sorry. I just grabbed the first one I found. What's wrong with him?
Well, this guy is a screwball.
Well, let's get down to business, Mr. Screwball. Unusual name, by the way. Only heard it once before. A woman I know told me your husband was a screwball.
Well, I don't care what she told you.
Charming woman, delightful. Great friend of mine. Married to her, come to think of it.
Bill, why did you do this to me?
Now, look, George, I just stood on a corner and yelled, I want a doctor. Who'd you expect to answer, the Mayo brothers?
Well, never mind. Just get him out of here. Will you out?
Well, I guess we'd better leave, Dr. Lewis. My friend's a little jittery.
Yes, I noticed that, Mr. Jittery. Very bad, very bad. Does he happen to have a toothache?
No, there's nothing wrong with my teeth. But my head is beginning to ache.
Just as I thought. Well, I'd advise you to have it pulled out.
Well, and I'd advise you to get out. Now go on, scram.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's get down to business, Mr. Scram.
My name is Burns.
To be sure. My wits must have been gathering wool. Well, let's get down to business, Mr. Wool.
Burns.
Naturally, wool burns. Has a horrible odor, too. Well, let's get down to business, Mr. Odor.
Bill, you better remove this character before I murder him.
Okay, George. Come along, Dr. Lewis.
To be sure. Is it too late to catch the 4 o'clock bus?
No, it's only 1 o'clock now.
Oh, dear. Missed it again. Well, goodbye.
Of all the silly, idiotic things he had...
Doctor, did he leave?
Well, don't worry. Now, I'll get another one. Now, you just lie down, and I'll go in the kitchen and fix you a nice glass of warm milk. And don't move until I get back.
All right, dear. My, he's sweet today. I wonder if he's been playing poker again. Come in.
Oh, hello, Gracie. I brought over the child that you're to care for, little Bobby Ross.
Oh, how nice, Ruthie. Where is he?
Right behind me. Drop that frog, Bobby, and come on in.
Okay. Just where I'm going to hang out?
Yes. Well, take good care of him, Gracie. I'll pick him up later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. My, Bobby, you're bigger than I expected. You're quite a handsome little man.
Take it easy, lady. I'm going steady.
Oh. Well, tell me about yourself, Bobby. Where does your mother work?
On one of the airplane plants. She works on the propellers.
My goodness. I should think she'd get dizzy spinning around like that. Do you think you're going to like it here, Bobby?
Yeah, this is a swell joint.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm mowing them down. Don't you see him up there?
Where?
There goes a Stuka. There goes a Messerschmitt.
Why, you're a regular quiz kid. Imagine knowing the scientific names of those mosquitoes.
Are you kidding? Say, I'm hungry. You got any chow?
Yeah, there's some fruit out in the dining room. Get yourself an apple.
Okay, don't care if I do.
Oh, can't help wishing he was just a little smaller.
Here's your milk, Gracie. Did you keep quiet while I was gone?
Yes, George, perfectly quiet. Oh, by the way, while you were out in the kitchen, the baby came.
The baby?
Yes, but he's just a little bit...
Where is he?
Well, he's in the dining room. He's getting an apple.
Getting an apple?
Yeah, he's a little older than I expected, George, but I'm glad to care for any child whose mother works in the defense plant.
I don't get it. You mean the baby isn't out?
No, dear, we're taking care of Mrs. Ross's boy while she's working at Consolidated.
Gee, I'm not a father. So what'll I say to the boys? What about all those cigars? I feel terrible.
Oh, buck up, George. Remember that inspiring poem of Kipling's that I always quote? If you can lose your head and never keep the common touch, if you can walk with kings while the dawn comes up like thunder, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
Now I feel better, yeah.
The Six Hits and a Miss and the boys in the band and yours truly have brought a little fat man over here to Camp Elliott to join the Marines. He's overweight, but a few weeks in boot camp will put him in fine shape. Going to give him to you right now. It's Mr. 5x5.
Twirl my turban, man alive. Here comes Mr. 5x5. He's one of those big fat mountain boys, solid avoirdupois. Mr. 5x5. He's 5 feet tall and he's 5 feet wide. He don't measure no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Mr. 5x5, a 15 pin and a line of jive. He's a mellow old cat, a real hep fan. He'd be Mr. 5x5. That man can really jump it for a fat man.
Boy, the only trouble is there's no way of knowing
whether he's coming on or going. 5x5. He's like the glove on the solid side. He don't shake it no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Mr. 5x5.
Hide me from that kid.
Where is Bobby? You're supposed to be playing with him.
I've played with him for 3 hours and I'm worn out. If his mother works overtime tonight, I'm dead.
Well, did you play games?
Yeah, games. I was supposed to be a Japanese zero, and he shot me down 5 times.
Oh, yes. I thought that would be fun. I hope you didn't mind the little extra touch I added.
What extra touch?
Telling him to put a lighted cigar in your pants pocket so you come down with your fuselage smoking.
So that's where he got that idea. I wish I'd never set eyes on that kid.
Here. You're a zero, and I'm going to get you. Get down.
Okay, I'm down. Now let go of my sleeve. What are you doing?
I'm tearing off a piece of your wing for a souvenir.
Now cut it out. And I'm not going to play any more zero with you.
Okay, you make a lousy zero anyway. My grandmother is more maneuverable.
Why, you...
Oh, now, dear, please. Oh, I'll tell you what, Bobby. Suppose I tell you a story.
I hate stories.
You hate stories, huh?
Sure, they're corny.
Gracie, tell them a story and make it long.
All right. I'll tell you the story of Goldilocks and the 3 bears.
Oh, brother.
Now, once upon a time, there were 3 little bears who lived in an itty-bitty pool. And whenever they huffed and puffed, they blew it down.
Is she on the level?
Keep your yap close, kid. Go ahead, Gracie.
Well, one day, a girl named Little Red Goldilocks was riding through the woods in a pumpkin coach. She came to the itty-bitty pool and knocked on the door, but nobody answered, so she climbed up the beanstalk and went in.
Hey, lady.
Shut up. Go on, Gracie.
Well, while she was asleep, the 3 little bears came home and they said, "Fee, fo, fi, fum, I smell." Little Red Goldilocks tried to run away, but she had very small feet, and at midnight the bears caught her and hit her on the head with a glass slipper.
Oh, go on.
That's all.
That's the story?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, kid, shoot me down again.
There must be some way to entertain you that's not quite so noisy. Oh, I have it. I'll get my little Duck Herman. Now, don't go away now.
Now, listen, son.
You're a zero.
Oh, stop it. Is the Air Force the only branch of the service?
It's the loudest.
Well, ground yourself.
Hiya, George. Is the baby here yet?
Yeah, this is it, Bill.
This?
It was all a mistake. We're just keeping this kid while his mother is at work. I'm not going to be a father.
Oh, well, gee, that's too bad. I'm sorry, old man.
Fine time to call me old man.
What else can he call you?
Keep quiet before I give you a hit in the head.
George, never tell a child you're going to give him a hit in the head. Never.
Bill, believe me, it wouldn't do any harm to this kid.
But George, you don't understand child psychology. You've got to talk the kid's language. Treat him as your pal, your chum.
You can do that, huh?
Why, of course. Watch this. Hello, Bobby, little pal. Let you and I smear dirt all over our faces and play commando. What do you say, little chum?
Commando? You said it, pal. Let's go.
Okay. And when we get through, we'll go upstairs and wash our little face and hands with Swan, huh? You know. You know Swan, the new white floating soap that gives you all that swell baby gentle lather so fast. What do you say, little chum?
You trying to make a stooge out of me?
That psychology is great. I wouldn't be without it more, Bill. More psychology.
Well, I can see that Bobby
Right
likes
up,
to
Bill.
talk straight from the shoulder, man to man, eh, little chum?
You shut up, wavy wig.
Yeah, go right ahead, Wavy Wig. Give him that man-to-man stuff.
Well, I will, George. Little pal, man to man, you can't buy a purer soap than Swan. Swan's as mild as the finest Castiles. So mild it's swell for even a baby's tender skin. So naturally it's great for your bath or shower. What say you go upstairs and try it, huh, little pal?
Just a minute, Bright Eyes. Are you trying to little pal me into a bathtub?
Psychology, Bill. Psych him, Bill. Psychology.
Okay.
Psych him.
All right, Bobby.
Give him a big psych.
I'll psych him. I promise not to mention Swan Soap again unless you ask me about it. How's that?
It's a deal.
Okay, little chum. Now, you ever seen one of those big Catalina flying boats? A fella your size could crawl right into one of those floats on the wing.
What float?
Swan floats, and thanks for asking. Yes, sir. Now that you brought it up, Bobby, I might mention that you can break Swan in two and use half in the kitchen for dishes and housework and half in the bathroom for your hands and face or your bath. One soap for the whole house, little chum.
Cross me up, huh? Now you're a zero.
George, do me a favor.
What?
Give that kid a hit in the head. Goodbye.
Yeah, kid. Everybody loves you.
Oh, here we are, Herman. Now say hello to your little friend, Bobby.
You're a zero, Herman.
Oh, boys, please. Herman, why don't you sing a song for Bobby? Oh, come on. I'll tell you what. We'll sing 3 blind mice like we always do, all right? Good. Now you start it off and then I come in. Go. 3 blind mice. See how they run. Don't you remember the rest of it, sweetheart? Oh, come on, try again. 3 blind mice. See how they run. Herman, I'm surprised at you. Even a baby could remember that song. Now, I'll start this time, and you follow me. 3 blind mice. See how they run. Let's play something else. You're a zero, Bobby.
Quiet. I wish somebody would fire a real machine gun at me, full loaded with aspirin. Listen. Come in.
Oh, good evening, Gracie. Well, Bobby's mother has finished work, and I've come to take him home.
Well, I never thought I'd say that, Mrs. Palmtag, but bless your heart. Now I can get some rest. Okay, Bobby, out.
Oh, by the way, in Bobby's place, I'm leaving another child to spend the night with you.
Oh, no.
Oh, isn't that wonderful, George? We're going to be parents on the swing shift.
Yes, it's really wonderful.
Well, come in, Jenny, and say hello to Mr. and Mrs. Burns.
Hello. Oh, a little girl. Oh, George, isn't she the sweetest thing you ever saw?
Yeah, she's cute. Yeah, but if we have to have a kid around here, I'm glad it's a little girl. Hiya, Jenny. What's the good word?
You're a zero.
Oh, no!
George and Gracie will be right back, so I'm just going to say, don't forget that special sale on Swan Soap that so many dealers are running right now. Buy 3 bars and save. And I do mean save. Because sale or no sale, Swan saves you money. Use Swan for dishes and housework, and you save because Swan goes further than easily wasted package soap. Use Swan for your hands and face or for your bath, and you save again because Swan gives you more soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tester. So come on, swing the Swan now, when you can buy 3 bars and save. Well, here they are, George and Gracie.
Oh, George, wasn't it fun doing our show down here at Camp Elliott today?
Yeah, and I'm especially glad that we're here today. It happens to be the Marine's birthday.
Oh, well, that's wonderful, George.
Today the Marines are 167 years old.
Oh, really? Well, some of them don't look it.
Well, congratulations.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. These programs are shortwave to our armed forces everywhere. Remember, Swan now brings you 2 of radio's top shows. George Burns and Gracie Allen every Tuesday night, and Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou every Friday night over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Try Spry. You'll find the baking you turn out fluffy and light. Try Spry. You're sure to hear your family shout, what a delight. For cake, pie, donuts, things you fry. Try Spry. What's that you say? You're going to try it today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.